that. Hello, YouTube chat. Welcome in. Hey, welcome to Tales of Varnum D&D. This is the first time live streaming it on YouTube, so hopefully it goes well. If it doesn't, then I know I don't know what I'll do, but I'll do something. I gotta change this because we're not on streaming background today. But yeah, hey, welcome in. We're gonna play some D&D today. It's probably gonna be a little bit more roleplay heavy, as they just had a bunch of combat lately. So they have a good time. We are missing one of our players currently. He got a job and has to get all that figured out. Going on, brother. So we're missing one of our players, but everybody else is here, and we're gonna just move along here. Like I said, probably be roleplay heavy. My cat, as soon as I start up stream, of course, decides that now is the time to come bug me. But yeah, we'll see what happens today, and maybe they will get into a fight. Who knows? I never know what they're gonna do. But yeah, without further ado, I guess we'll bring it back in. It's always interesting to see what conversations I come back into, so we'll see what we're talking about this time. I'm back. Mm-hmm. Yeah, like you can make your sub race hot. Mm-hmm. Yep. Ooh, I have a horn. No, look at, I have a horn. Look, that's a pimple, Brandy. Look at, no, that's a pimple right there. Look. This. Oh,
a secret hitman. Can I please have a gun? And they're like, okay, but only if it's like not modern. And they have options for modern and for non-modern. So I ended up getting like a blunderbuss apparently.
There's a whole rule book for Fallout tabletop.
Yeah, there's about to be a whole lot new guns coming in with the space stuff coming into D&D.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, I saw that. I was gonna save up to get that because my boyfriend loves space and D&D, so.
Pork.
I love the insanity of it, that you're on like this 17th century sail ship, literally going through space. I love that.
All right, but
I'm gonna wait.
Oh, you're not live yet. Okay. All good.
All good. I am now. Boom.
I know.
We're live.
I'm an idiot.
Boom. No. We're live now. We're live.
No shit. My dice are a bit cut.
I'm gonna play with. I got these sharp edged dice, and the D8 is super fun to spin in your finger. You just hold the two ends of it, and then you just like. Whoosh. Anyway, where we left off, our adventuring troop had laid waste to a devilish figure below the city that seemed to be controlling most of the higher echelon of the rulers there. After a rearing speech by one of the party members, Rose,
right, I did that.
They gathered what military force they had left to march to Valnaarmn in order to see if they needed aid in whatever may transpire, after noticing that all of the Yuan-ti refugees and such living in the town of Estalia had left or been taken care of. It's all good, Goofin. We're just getting started. We were a little late today too. but made their way as hastily as they could through the woods, following the path down to Balnock. Upon arrival, came to from what they could tell at the distance, a destroyed city. Upon making entrance, they were under heavy smoke cover, but were able to make out bodies lining the streets and gore covering the walls. They made their way to the center of town where, after a bit of wind clearing, they found the horrific sight of a mammoth tree made of the bodies of all the Yuan-ti from the city. Most of them gored, but still intact, to give even worse imagery to the people discovering this. Upon searching the area briefly, they did encounter a survivor, a small Yuan-ti child, to which only spoke Yuan-ti and had not quite learned Common yet. And after gaining her bearings, Rose managed to talk to the surviving child as they whisked it out of the area for safety reasons and my mental health reasons, because seeing that probably did a number on this kid. As they exited the city, they watched as the military that they had brought from Astalia was breaching the tree line that they had just previously exited. And that's where we're picking up here now.
We were walking to the group in the tree lines, I believe, last time.
I think so.
Yeah.
And I was carrying the child with a blindfold over their eyes so they can't see anything.
As you get outside of the walls, about 60 or 70 feet, it's kind of hard to tell what is going on. You could probably remove the blindfold if you see fit, but it takes 15 or 20 minutes a walk away from the city, the same time that they're marching towards you, before you come to meet a few hundred feet outside of the city limits the captain of the guard, Rita, who stops and kind of removes her helmet, seeing the smoke. Is what's going on?
I guess I'm in the front, right, with the child.
The city has been primarily destroyed. Many of its residents have been murdered and tortured, and
their bodies have been, what's the word when you like desecrated?
It's not a pretty sight. It's honestly horrific. But we found,
she like kind of gestures a little bit to the child on her,
who is
on her shoulder,
passed out on your shoulder at this point.
We found one survivor, and we hope to find more. I want to go back despite the horrors and see how many people we can save.
Of course, if what you're saying is true, then may not be best for all of us to go in. However, a few of us leaders, she looks over her shoulder, and you can see the way that it's set up is kind of like a phalanx of the Romans. There's different branches where the heavier armored are in the front with large tower shields and spears, and it gets lighter and lighter as you go back. And you can see there are leaders for each individual platoon that she kind of looks to as they start ordering directions to their people, and you can see they start to fan out and set up a semi-circle of a perimeter in this area. There's not enough troops to cover it, but begin setting up an area. As you finish that conversation, Baron kind of steps up and did you bring any healers or clerics or anything? We're gonna need some help down here.
Sounds just like him.
We have a few that we can bring in. However, we're not sending them in alone. It will be some of the more skilled individuals making their way in while everyone else watches the perimeter. So I'll make sure that you're with them and they are ready for what they're about to witness before we do go in there.
It's
Can
very traumatizing, I would say. So
If you don't have a strong stomach, stay here.
it's very
Understood.
possible that the residents only speak Yuan-Ti.
We have a few
I would.
translators that can make their way in with us.
Okay.
From what we saw, the devil presence shouldn't be there anymore. We feel that we would have been ambushed if we were.
But I would still be alert if I were you.
Yes.
Understood. The more holy of our people can definitely keep a watchful mind's eye out for entities that would have ill intentions for us. So we'll make sure that they're aware of that as well. Are you returning with us to seek survivors, or?
Yes.
I would like to.
Of course.
But I think could we have someone maybe watch over this kid, because I really don't think he should go back in there.
Of course,
He's
I was
not fully aware of the extent of it. A little delirious.
just going to ask. We do have some infirmary type, a way to set up an infirmary, a triage, if you will, of some more classical healers that can take care of the child while we go search for more survivors in the area.
Rose. Oh, go ahead.
I mean, I was gonna say Rosaline smiles and walks over to take the kid to that area, but I mean,
I'll
if you had something
walk.
to say.
Yeah, I'll walk with Rose as she's doing. Rose, I think you should stay with the child.
Huh? No, I must return to help any of the citizens that are still in the rubble.
I understand. Frankly, I think he might be the only one. But also, you're the only one he's trusting thus far. You know, he passed out in your arm. He wakes up around all these strange faces, not knowing who's who. You already established that connection of trust.
Hold on a moment.
Rose like digs around her bag and finds like a notebook, the one she's written notes about food on before. And she writes in a language that has Draconic script but isn't Draconic.
Like the apple granary. Great.
That's not
What is
what
she
it
writing?
She
That's
writes
not
it.
even a word.
She basically writes it, basically telling the child that she had to go and help others, but that he should be safe here with her friends who are willing to heal him. And please do not be scared. I will return and check up on you. And then she like tries to search for something in her bag that she can give to him to make the child feel safe.
That word doesn't even have any vowels. How is that a word?
Here, take some rope.
It's Yabdo.
Would you like to have one of my many weapons, child?
I think we have a Yalicula still sitting around somewhere.
That word's an F, a T, an H, an L, a Q, and a P. How do you pronounce that?
You pronounce it, and then she makes a sound that you didn't know was humanly possible.
Perhaps we could leave him a sending stone if we all go together.
That is an idea. I'm also worried that if we get in a situation that we need to talk to each other, it'd be kind of difficult to do that.
I'd rather not have a small child potentially run off with our stone.
That's true.
Because she has 2 necklaces of Moradin. She does.
Dang.
She has 2. Adolf gave her 1, Baird gave her 1. She takes one that actually she takes the one that Adolf gave her, and like writes on the note that she's leaving this symbol as like a token of like, I'm gonna come back for you.
Now, forcing religion on a small vulnerable child now.
She's not forcing religion.
He strikes
What
a
do you
little
wanna-
too close to home there.
What do you want me to give him? A great healing potion? I need that. My rations? Money?
The signet ring. Anyway.
I am not giving my
No.
signet ring. I kind of need
I
that.
know that. I'm aware. It'd just be sweet. But yes, I understand.
But
I'm making a joke while I can.
It would be,
Rose,
but also she kind of needs it. What if she dies? She needs someone to identify her.
Hey, that was Rose. She died. I know her.
Rose makes her way towards the tree line where you can see they're setting up some larger tents that are obviously there to house multiple people, as opposed to, you know, smaller ones that you guys have slept in that house 2 or 3. And you can see some of the more elderly people that Rose, you know them to be like traditional bandage healers. They're not clerics or anything like that. That are kind of walking around, begin cooking food and things of that sort to get everything ready for what is possibly about to come back. As she walks away for that, you can see as Rita begins going to some of the lieutenants and things that giving orders and things like that, beginning to get some of their more skilled individuals. Aenulf actually approaches from out of some of the ranks and begins having a conversation with Baron off to the side about what is going on inside of there. He has some other of the clerics from Moradin's temple there with him as well, that they're going to go in and help for. Yes, Rose?
Can I retcon that I don't give him the necklace because I actually have a red dragon scale?
There you
That
go.
seems a little more precious and not forcing religion on a child. And she writes that it's a lucky scale that has helped kept her alive. That's not true, but she doesn't need to know that. She just has a 1 red dragon scale in her pocket.
There
You
you
don't
go.
know. You've stayed alive thus far ever since you
True.
had that scale.
If I die here, we will know.
Give me that scale, kid.
One scale to rule them all.
But she leaves it and says it's lucky and it'll bring her back to him to protect him later on.
Okay.
Retconned. She gives up her scale.
You
Which
approach.
I've had since we killed that red dragon, and I've never done anything with it.
Bring her back to him, aka use Baron to use finding to bring her back to him.
You approach
That way.
one of the larger tents and you find one of the healers there that is currently setting up some of the cots and bedrolls for possible survivors. You kind of approach. Oh, yes, my dear. What can I? Oh, you got a child you have in your hands?
No.
Who is this? Is it someone I know?
It's one of the healers. It's one of the like
Okay.
infirmary workers. I didn't make a name for her, but yeah,
That's fine, didn't have
Beatrice.
to.
Her name's Beatrice. You know her as Beatrice.
Okay.
Can I have a question?
Yeah.
Sorry. If you charm a person that doesn't speak your language, can you talk to them? Like, you know what I mean?
It depends on what the charm is.
Just like charm person.
I don't think so with charm
Yeah.
person. They
I
still
think
like
they have
you.
to understand.
Yeah, they have to understand your command for something like that. But if it was like a
Yeah.
charm that like, because I think hold person is technically a charm,
True.
but either way, yeah, they have to understand what you're saying. Yeah.
Okay, sorry. I just was questioning. Yeah.
Some of them are specific where they just know
Yeah.
what you're thinking and get the message.
Yeah.
It's a child from Valnaarmn I found in the rebel. He's a little disoriented. He's scared. He might run off, but I left this note and this scale with him to tell him that I'll be back to protect him if he wakes up. So please be gentle. He only speaks Yuan-Ti, okay?
Did we go
Oh.
with you, Rose?
I imagine.
Don't yoink that scale.
You're quite a
Ina,
feisty
that's
old-
not all old women are like you, Ina, where they steal everything in sight.
Of course, sweetie. We'll take very good care of him. You can just set him down on the cot. We'll make sure he's well taken care of, warm and fed whenever for your return.
Yeah, so Rose does this. I don't think the kid gave her his name, but I mean that's understandable. So
You didn't ask
So-
for it. You were just kind of. It was a very intense moment that transpired. But
she
Instead of
puts him on the
Moradin,
cot,
it'll now be red.
and she puts the scale and the note right next to him on the little table or whatever, like by his bed.
you place the child, turn and begin gathering what troops are going to go into the city with you.
As we leave the tent.
Make an intimidation check for me real quick.
My God.
Recently, I started replaying the Fire Emblem game that has the character I'm based off of,
Mm-hmm.
Rosaline off of, and I
5.
heard the voice acting, and I was like, damn it, I need to do that voice acting kind of similar.
So you do that, and she kind of smiles at you like gently, and it's just like,
Now she's gonna take it out of spite. You know?
Rosalie just says, I'm really sorry. She's protective.
It's quite all right. It'll be fine. She returns to doing her duties. You gather up with Rita and Aenulf and a couple of the other lieutenants who have 3 or 4 people with each of them. So in total, there's about 20 of you at the moment, in order to kind of get a grasp on the situation of what's going on in here. Rita dons her helmet and begins pressing forward. Is there anything we should know? Or, like, dangerous-wise before we get into the city?
Maybe mentally dangerous. There's a really fucking disgusting tree in there that you might want to prepare yourself for.
Watch your footing. You probably don't want to slip into a puddle of bodies.
Of course, is the smoke of any kind of poisonous or constricting?
We've been through the smoke, right?
Yeah, it's normal smoke.
Okay.
Yeah. So we explained to her our experiences of going through like the city itself. You know, we went through the smoke. These are the things we saw. As like we went into detail this time because we think that these are the people who can handle it.
Yeah, as you're walking there, because it takes a solid 30 minutes to 40 minutes to get to the city from where you guys are at. So as you're there, you describe everything that's going on. She turns around and looks at one of the people in the back, who doesn't look as heavily armored and is probably more of an arcane practicer than martial practicer, and gives a nod. They talk about clearing some of the smoke out so it's visibly easier to find anybody while they're in there. You reach the edge of the city where you had taken down the bodies that had the words transcribed into them, to which Rita kind of looks at you. Is we to expect more of this kind of mutilation?
Worse.
Turns to her lieutenants. They all give a nod and put their hands on their weapons, whether that be sword, spear, shield, what have you. You make your way into the city, and as you do, you feel a rush of wind pass by all of you. Ina, your hair kind of goes fluttering around your face, and you gotta pull it out of your eyes. You kind of get some dirt in one of them. But you watch as this large gust of wind just kind of clears the smoke out of the area, and you get a much better look at the structures of buildings and things that have just either been leveled or blown apart. There is blood plastered on the walls around you. You've seen the bodies in the streets already. You hear some slight gasps and some half retches from some of the other guards behind you, as they're used to battle, but it's different when it's different when it's a city full of civilians. As you continue making your way, everybody go ahead and roll an investigation check. I'll roll for Baron and Aenulf. Aenulf doesn't see.
Natural 1.
Ooh. 21.
Okay.
Wait, no. Yes, 21.
12.
Okay. Oh, I need to roll for Drithla still with you too. Oh, okay. Drithla is going strong. Oh, I was gonna say she has advantage, but that's hilarious. Drithla rolled a natural 20 and then a natural 1. But as you begin making your way through, Rose, you're still caught off guard by everything that's happening, and you kind of you don't look at the bodies. You keep breaking eye contact, and it's very difficult for you. Scale Fountain is just enamored by the smoke being cleared out. It leaves these little wispy clouds that kind of like float around, kind of like when you're in a hookah lounge and the lasers are going and stuff like that. It's just like, oh.
It would be scale found, not even giving a damn about the bodies, just like, ooh,
smoke. Baron is able to find, with the help of Aenulf, is able to find a survivor barely hanging on to life that is underneath some rubble. And he tells you guys to continue on, and him and Aenulf will extract this victim from its current location. A few of the other guards break off down some alleys to go searching for some more survivors. As you're marching through, you begin to hear some shifting, almost like what you heard with the child, of someone like crawling through whatever's happening. Ina, you spot it. It's half covered in smoke. It's kind of like the end of a smoke bomb. It's just like it's drifting off at this point. And you see somebody like pulling themselves up back first against a wall in an alleyway.
I'll quickly go to them.
Okay. As you run down the alley and are approaching this entity in the alleyway, you see a Yuan-ti that clothes are ragged and tattered, but given the circumstances, you're not entirely sure if it's a lesser off individual or if it's just because of what transpired here. But what you do notice is they are missing their right leg. There's currently a rope tied tightly around the leg, and you can follow a trail of blood that leads from one of the houses down into the alley. It looks like they're trying to find someone or something that can help them at this moment, as they appear to be on the brink as well.
Okay, I'll get my cloak off and go and like kind of rip it a bit and put it on there.
Would I have noticed Ina going off?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. You guys would have noticed this as soon as she ran off.
Ina?
Yeah, I follow behind immediately.
Okay. You guys see the same situation at the moment right now, too.
Rose immediately speaks Yuan-ti, like, we're here to help. We're here to help you.
So I know this is a player, but could I make a medicine check to see if I would know that I could like produce a firebolt to cauterize the wound to prevent more blood loss?
I would say your character's knowledge, you would know that the firebolt would do more damage than good in this situation. You'd need to heat a piece of metal or something to cauterize the wound, as opposed to just shooting a firebolt at it.
I will look for a piece. Oh, do I need to make an intelligence check to? Can I intelligence to that, or can I just know to ask Rose here? Do you want me to roll for an intelligence check or something to think of that? He's gonna roll to see if I have to roll.
You would know to ask Rose.
Rose, extend your. What's the flattest blade you have? The longest piece of metal here.
Battle axe.
She like, for some reason you notice she has a trench coat and she opens. What are you buying? And just has like all her goddamn.
We're joking in the midst while this man is bleeding out.
That's me joking.
No, I know.
What are you selling?
What are you selling? Thank you. Anyways, she does have flame tongue, by the way. That's why I was saying it. And she also has Charon, which is a heavy two-handed greatsword, and then she does have Agatha, if you want to use Agatha, which is an axe.
I mean, it's a whole man's like thigh, I'm assuming, so a longsword's not thick enough to cauterize the whole thing.
She also has Ferdinand, which is a maul.
Agatha. Bring out Agatha.
She
right now.
Pulls it out.
Tell him this is going to hurt, but it's going to stop the bleeding.
What are you doing?
Rose says this to him and Yuan-ti.
Alright, Rose, brace it on the ground.
I'm just gonna kind of see them,
and
I'm gonna give him my quarterstaff to bite on this.
Okay, so first, Rose, you come up and you're speaking Yuan-ti to him, like it's okay, we're here to help, things like that. He kind of opens one eye. Oh, thank God. Oh, I do speak common, though. I appreciate it. What's gonna hurt? And
We're
then
gonna
you
cauterize.
you shove a piece of wood into his mouth as Rose lays the axe down on the ground.
We're going. Okay, he speaks common. All right. You're bleeding out of that leg still. So we're going to cauterize it.
The other eye opens and the eyebrows go real high.
I unleash a flurry of firebolts on the axe head till it's hot.
You send a bit of rebel scattering throughout the alleyway, but with the use
Does
of
someone have heat metal?
Baron does, but he's not here currently.
Okay.
But you do, through the use of firebolt, can get the metal hot enough to cauterize a wound. Now I want you to roll a medicine check for me for the application of hot metal.
I'm helping.
So yeah,
You
I guess
do.
it's me like holding his leg and guiding Rose to help her.
Yeah, do it with advantage because you have helpers.
I'm helping.
Oh boy, what's my +0? Let's go, just a straight roll.
Why didn't I do it? I have +8.
Because you're shoving a stick in his mouth.
She's helping too. 12.
A 12? Okay. You go and start to do it, and you hit the other leg a little bit, and you hear a little tss, and you're like, oh shit, you pull it away. And then you are able to apply the blade flat enough against the leg to cauterize it. However, I do need you to roll 1d8 damage because it is hot metal being pressed against open flesh.
1d8?
Huzzah, a 1 on the d8.
Okay. He grunts and digs his teeth into your staff, and your staff is magical, but he
No, my old staff.
Oh,
It's
your
my
old one. Okay.
No one's biting my new one.
He crunches into that thing, and you can watch his little splinters of wood kind of pop up around the mouth from where he's biting so hard. You're able to do it gingerly enough that he does not immediately pass out from the pain, but you can tell that it hurt quite a bit.
Yeah, I don't
Sorry.
have anything to heal him.
Sorry.
We're sorry, dear. You're not doing that again. Let me do it next time. You forget. I'll just.
Okay, well, you can apply it. I'll just do the heating then. You weren't acting. You shoved a stick in his mouth. I was just trying to help.
I will send word for others to come grab you, okay?
She like
Rita's standing behind you and kind of, hey, get him up to the infirmary, get him taken care of. And one of the bigger lieutenants behind you comes up. You pull the axe away at this point, and you can see that it's done a very good job of cauterizing the wound. It's still kind of oozing a little bit, but it's definitely not losing enough blood to cause him much more harm. But he's going to have a long recovery process.
Cauterizing a wound is fucking disgusting, by the way. That is so gross.
What is?
Oh my god, cauterizing a wound. Oh man,
it's not fun either. I'll tell you that.
Okay, continue, Rosa.
I was just gonna say that Rose, like, while like Rita's getting it, she like tries to find like chocolate or something just to give him a little bit of energy.
Yeah, I mean, you have some rations. You don't necessarily have any chocolate on you, but
I just give him a piece of ration, like a bread or something, just so he can
I
have
pull
energy.
out Sarah's candy.
We still have that?
Yeah. I always think about it.
I think I didn't eat all of mine. I had them, unless we want to say they fell out of the bag of holding at that one point in time.
Oh, anything that was in that bag of holding spilled onto the ground. Because it got.
I'd have thrown it back in though. It's old candy. It's scale found.
But he appreciates a bit of ration that you give him as one of the larger men come up and pick him up in like a heroine kind of arm under leg, arm under shoulders.
Princess Carrie.
Princess carries him out of there.
I want to act like a pediatrician and say, "Good job, little buddy," and hand him the piece of candy.
Yeah.
He's got a handful of bread, and you hand him some candy, and he's just like, "Thanks." As he gets carried away off to the triage location.
Rose.
Well, that was some good quick thinking, and
she smiles. She feels a little relieved to save another soul.
Now,
That's a good day's work now. I think we've earned ourselves a rest.
No.
I'm trying to keep it lighthearted here. Frankly, the smell is horrific, and I'm just trying to get us through this still.
If you wish to go back, then you may, but I can't.
Oh, I'm still. It's really. I'm sure the smell bothers y'all much more than it bothers me.
As you're having this
Rose-
conversation, you hear a yell from the alley where you guys were, or the street where you were walking towards this front of the city. Rita,
Run!
you need to come see this.
Is it the tree?
Yeah, you guys know it to be the direction of the corpse tree. As you go running, or Rita goes running, you guys follow after, and you can see that the smoke has basically been cleared out in this area. There's been enough of the magical user's wind blown through that you now walk out into the street, and you don't even have to go forward like you did before, where you like tripped into the tree. You're probably a good 100 feet off, and you can see it is like a 4-5 story tall tree made out of all of the bodies of the people that once lived here. As you do, you hear it ting, ting, ba-ding, ting, as Rita just drops her weapon that she had brandished when she was yelled at. And you can see the two people that had gone forward in the street to continue looking. One of them has dropped to their knees. Their sword lays on the ground next to him, and they're just kind of standing there staring at it.
Jesus. We're not with them.
First time.
No. I'm gonna just like
Rose-
look at the group and like kind of be like, and then like let's keep going. And
Rose is actually not looking. She keeps her back away because she's already seen a glimpse of it, and she knows if she sees it now, she will puke.
Knowing Scalefound's personality, I'm probably gonna fuck with them. I probably really would.
right now.
Fuck with
Because,
who?
just like them, just to create cheddar. I'm like, yeah, it's pretty bad, huh? Like downplay it, like just be like a bit of an asshole with it.
Are you speaking to Rose or just the other?
No, the other two. Like I would have walked up probably away from the two of y'all if y'all were keeping your distance from it again.
Rose would keep her distance.
Mhm.
She needs to keep her courage to continue this.
So you walk up and say that, and the one on the ground, his head's kind of fallen at this point, and he said, I've killed and I've seen death, but he looks up. This is beyond any of us. And as he says that, you can watch as some of the limbs, the bodies that make up the limbs of this tree begin gently being lowered to the ground as you watch the arcane caster is muttering some form of spell under his breath and has begun disassembling, though you look over as he's doing this and you can watch tears streaming down his face, Scalefound.
I counterspell him.
No!
Hell.
I would not. That is too far. Seeing that, I'd probably cast Mage Hand, even though I know it can't lift more than say 15. I think it's 15 pounds. I would go for like specifically like the arms or like heads, the separate pieces. Because you know some are together, some are mismatched. I would take the pieces that Mage Hand can lift and help try to do that.
And that's easy enough for you to do and help and get the process moving a little quicker. Rita is still stunned in place as she kind of goes up and removes her helmet and drops it to the ground with another clink, clink, clink.
We could hear Rose chanting to herself,
We will save more people. We will save more people. We will save more people.
Can we start checking houses?
You can if you'd like to.
I would like to.
Okay, go ahead.
I'll let them know that I'm going to help with disassembling here with as much as I can.
Easy enough to do. Go ahead and roll another investigation check for me, Ina.
Hi, how are you?
no.
Only 8.
Only 8. Okay. You begin going through. It's hard to find any houses that appear to even have an like if something was in there, whatever was in there is probably gone beyond all reason.
Maybe I'm
Roofs,
just like lifting up boards and
yeah,
stuff.
roofs are collapsed in, walls are fallen down. There's not a whole lot to be found in these houses for this part of the search. Rose, what are you doing in this interim?
I said she was chanting, but eventually the chanting slows down as she opens her eyes. She's looking away from the tree. Is there anybody in front of her?
Roll perception check.
Like anyone or bodies, you mean?
A person to speak to.
Hmm.
19.
Okay. You can watch a few, about another 100 feet away from you where you came from. There's some of the guard people that you came in with moving back and forth between alleyways. Every now and then you see one or two of them carrying some form of body out, living or not, you don't know. And then you've got Rita, who's like maybe 5 or 10 feet behind you since you're facing away from the tree, who has just been stun locked since you guys entered the street.
So Rosaline has been to Balnock before. Does she know where the royals live?
You
Or
do.
where any of the nobles live?
I mean, you know where the royal house is, which would be, so when you come in the city, you're heading kind of southwestish. You know that the royal area is on the very far west side of town. So from where you're at right now, if you went to the tree, you would have to walk, you'd turn right and just follow that all the way until the royal sector.
Is Ina anywhere near her, or
She's off
feel like-
looking through houses. I mean, she's not too far off. It's not
Yeah.
like she's on the other side of the city, but you do not have an immediate knowledge of where she's at. Every now and then
do I
you
know
hear
where
a
Scalefound is?
Scalefound let you guys know that he's going to stay and help disassemble the corpse tree, and you can hear every now and then you hear a slight of something being placed gently on the ground behind you.
Rose is gaining a little impatient. She's like shifting on her feet, basically like, I can't just keep standing here. So she just kind of says,
I'm going to keep looking for people. I'm going to head towards the royal sector. Perhaps there are nobles as well, or anybody who can tell us anything.
You hear a clanging of armor that you know very well to be like a shiver from moments when you've been cold in your armor as Rita finally snaps out of it. Yes, it looks like your friend and our people have this, I wouldn't say handled, but dealt with for the moment. I'll go with you and see if we can find anyone else for the moment. Ina,
Rose is not looking, but she just nods her head.
go ahead and roll another investigation roll, Ina.
Rolling.
Rolling.
15.
Okay. You move a little bit farther off. You're probably 150-ish so feet away from the tree. Just like in part of the, I wouldn't call it slums, but I mean, everything's kind of a slum at this point. Making your way house to house, building to building. You have no idea what things were, what they weren't. However, in the middle of all of the rubble, you find almost a perfectly pristine building. It's a single floor. It's about 30 foot by 25 foot square, basically, but seems to have been undamaged by whatever transpired in this area.
Can I tell if it was like if like everything around it like it slowly started to like is it just like really really damaged house next to it and then this one's perfectly pristine, or is it like it looks like this spot just got missed? Like, you know what I mean?
Roll perception check.
20.
20.
21 actually, sorry. Yes.
There's definitely something very different about this house in particular, because yes, everything else around it has been burned, crumbled, collapsed, what have you. This one actually has impact marks, which you would know to be like the fireball spell leaves a very deep scorching on whatever it hits, and you can see signs of that on this building that looks like it didn't actually impact it as much. And while you're looking at it, what if I fucking
Finding the papers, looking for the papers. Papers,
There's
he's look.
so many fucking papers.
You need to get a booklet or like a
Really, we're just a
binder.
musical improv group.
I have so
Right.
fucking many books and organized that it's so hard to organize organization. It's like, oh, I can put this in here, and then you put it in there, and you're like, oh wait, I forgot
It's gone
where
forever.
I forgot where I put that because it doesn't technically have something to do with what we're.
Being a DM, it's a hard knock life.
Dun, dun.
Fork.
I'm putting in
Yeah.
a lot of work just to make my own campaign for my friends. They're like, yo, you said you'd have this by Christmas. I'm like, man, I'm working. I'm trying to build like, there's so much to put into this first.
Mm.
It
Right.
is a job.
You can see it. There's a sign that's hanging from it that is scorched but not destroyed. That says the blooming. God, I just fuck.
The Bloomingdales. Wow.
Bloomingdale.
Oh, see it. There we go,
Blooming,
right in.
blooming barons.
Wow, Baron? You gotta own.
Baron. Baron.
Got it.
That sounds gross, but that's my disgusting not doing that. But okay.
I guess I'd look around to see if anyone could come in with me, and then I would go in.
Not with you.
You watch Rose and Rita, and before you started this second investigation thing, make their way off towards the western side of the city, and you know that Scalefound is currently at the tree, roughly 100 feet away, out in the street, helping disassemble the tree.
Split the party.
You don't see anybody else in the immediate area. If you want to roll a perception check, you might be able to hear somebody nearby.
Oh yeah, fucking 18 plus 8. Let's go, bitch.
Okay.
Good.
So you can hear Baron and the other magic user and the other soldier that was with them kind of shuffling and moving things around the. It's very muffled and quiet, but you know what's going on there. And then a couple alleys north of you, you can hear some shuffling and like moving of stone and wood and things of that sort.
Well,
Similar to the noises you've been making looking through houses. You can guess that there's somebody a couple blocks north of you that is also looking for survivors.
I wonder. No. I can't spawn animals and be like, come with me. Come look with me. Right? Because that would be like having a pet.
I mean, you can, whatever that, what is it, summon woodland beings or whatever?
Animals. Or I could do.
Or conjure animals.
Mimi?
I mean, I don't see why you couldn't. Please don't summon 32 rats or whatever, but.
Okay.
32
Interesting.
rats? Nah. 32 squirrels?
I will.
I don't know if rats would be the move here in the midst of all these corpses, because they might just start eating.
Well, they're like under her control.
Yeah,
so-
I would
Yeah.
say that you can use conjure animals if you'd like to. I don't see any reason why you couldn't.
Okay.
If
Have I
she
seen
were
an
to
ape?
pick the bugs, could she get 100 of them?
I
100
no.
100 bees.
What are you wanting to summon?
Can I summon an ape?
Yeah.
I can?
I
Okay.
mean, yeah, it's a creature or an animal.
4 apes! Use those thumbs!
Wait, what kind of ape?
Like a great ape.
Yeah, it's just like a standard thing, I believe, in D&D.
Big bitch.
There's my
What a
monster
great ape.
manual.
Great ape D&D.
I say it goes
5e.
off of the ape and the monster manual, so I don't think it'll be like a giant gorilla or anything, but it might.
It kind of looks like a gorilla, but it has like different features.
I gotta.
But it mostly looks
here.
like a gorilla.
Ape. Yeah. It's got a 16 strength. It's probably a gorilla. That's a strong animal. So sure, you've got 4 gorillas around you now because why not?
Hey, hello, little buddies. Oh, let's go in this little house, okay? Come with me. If there's anything heavy, will you mind lifting it and so I can get past? Because I'm a little weak. Okay, thank you. Oh,
Scale or you hear off in the distance. Must be Ina. But so what are you having them do? What are you doing?
I just want them to come in with me and like kind of like lift up things and like look under things and like move things that are too heavy, like any.
Okay, come in where? Are you just going through more houses or are you going into the
Oh, I was going into the pristine house.
Okay, I got you.
But I want them with me for a decent amount of time so that they can still, like, when I go out.
Yeah, you have an hour. Yeah. You just said I'm going in, and I was just like, where? But
We're
as
going
you
in.
approach the magic building, or the building that seems untouched by magic, you go to open the door, and it's locked. It's not a normal. It's not a normal door handle like with a keyhole or anything in it. It is one of the old style like latch door handles, and so you pull down on it, lifts the latch on the other side or whatever, and then it swings open or not. But it is currently locked, and there is no. Roll a perception check for me.
18.
It's a +4 to strength for the ape.
My monster manual right here says +3.
My monster manual says +27.
It's an ancient dragon.
I thought you said it was 18. Wouldn't that be?
It's 16.
Oh yeah, it's +3.
What'd you roll? Sorry.
18.
18. You give.
Oh, I'm stronger than an ape.
You pull the handle. Notice it's locked. You kind of look at it for a second, and there does not seem to be any feasible way to unlock it from this side of the door. However, you do hear, while you're kind of watching and looking at it, a very muffled hello?
In English? Common?
It's in common.
Hello, are you all right in there? You got any? Are you hurt? You injured?
Who wants to know?
Your mum. We're helping. We're looking for survivors.
Is it? Hold on. You hear ding. The door creaks open a slight bit, and you see one very reptilian eye kind of peeking through the dark shadow in there.
One of my apes. No.
And say they obey your commands, so they pretty much are just standing by you right now, randomly picking up pieces of like wood, moving rocks, and throwing rocks down the street and stuff.
Like, are you all right in there? But like looking straight in the eye.
Is it safe out here?
Relatively, I think the danger's gone, but it's quite grim.
Your name?
People round these parts call me Granny.
Weird name.
It's also Ina.
Do I know that you're not part of this? Also, why are there apes throwing rocks down the street?
Because I'm weak, you see. I can't very well look for survivors if I can't lift the boards that they're under.
So they're yours then? Can you have them move a little bit away?
Step aside.
They move back towards the edge of the street, stop picking up wood and rocks and things, and just kind of like sit on their hinds, just like.
I kind of want to imagine them all doing the Planet of the Apes thing where they offer their hand upwards to eat.
Door creaks open a slight bit more. And the Yanti that you're used to, or the refugees, are more of the more snake-like. They have much more scaling and things of this one. This one is almost human face. The nose is slightly flatter with less pronunciation than human noses. But the eyes are very reptilian. And you can
So
see just behind the ears leading to the neck is the only hint of scales that you can see on this person's body at the moment. They are wearing a fine enough robe. It's nothing spectacular like some of the nobles you've seen, but it's definitely in good shape and not damaged by what has transpired here, like some of the articles that you've seen.
Are you all right? Are you injured in there? Is there anyone hurt in there?
He's still standing in the doorway. You can see basically from shoulders down. It's I'm okay, but we have some injured. Are you offering aid?
Yeah. Well, I'm not very good with the medicine stuff, but actually, I kind of am actually. But I mean, I'm not exactly a healer, but we have a bunch. Everyone is out here looking for survivors, so I can bring some healers too if that would help.
Roll a persuasion check for me.
Oh, I will. Oh, you bet your sweet ass. It's +0? Fuck me. Okay, 12.
I suggest you bring more indication of your well-being before I trust you.
All right. I mean,
You can tell my building is safe if you are truly here to help. Turn with some fashion of proof, and then I'll believe you.
all right. Well, stay safe. Or obviously, you can. So I'll be back. And
You know
I'm
how,
on a hunt.
how hard it was to not just go, obviously. But he
How the
says,
hell you-
I'll wait here then. He looks
Hmm.
down the alley one last time and slowly shuts the door, and you watch the latch close and you don't hear any noise, and then you hear the same ting.
Proof. I'm going to start talking to my apes. Like, what should I get for proof, boys?
Picks up a rock nearby.
I'll go to the tree, I
Stop.
guess.
Fucking
Okay.
stop. No, I
I'll
don't
get
like
my
that.
apes to, as we're going, still be lifting things as we're walking down, like see if we missed anything when we were.
Roll
'Cause there was-
a perception check for the apes,
Okay.
which I
Where
don't.
are you?
I closed my book, so I don't have it. But
I do. I put it on there. Intelligence is what it is?
yeah,
It's a 9.
I believe.
2.
Perception is wisdom.
Oh yeah, it is wisdom. So
Oh, it's wisdom. Oh,
Yeah.
fuck yeah. Oh shit, I forgot. 6, 7. There we
7.
go.
Okay. They do a really good job of picking stuff up and putting it back down, but you don't find anybody else. Oh,
They're just
excuse
crushing
me.
some unfortunate soul even more in the butt.
All right, but while that's happening, Skelfound, do you want to do anything else while you're helping take down the tree, or?
What I have noticed the apes walking around.
They're far away from you. They're like 100 feet or so away from you, and it wasn't clear to you. It was just a different noise, and it was just kind of like, that's interesting. And then it quit, and then you heard some rocks being thrown and stuff like that.
I know no one else is in that area thus far from Baron and Rose.
I went off
I
with
feel,
Rita.
yeah, I feel like at this point I probably had moved everything that I possibly could have with.
It's a big tree.
Yeah, it is a big. Well, I'm assuming a lot of it's just chunked and glued together, so there's not that much I can move with just Mage Hand.
I mean, it's definitely easier for the mage who's using telekinesis to do it, but you're doing your part.
While still doing it, I'll start moving back to the mage, and I'll let my. Do you know what that sound was back there earlier?
Kind of glances over his shoulder.
Well, sorry about that. Hope you didn't smell anything.
No, but without the clanging of metal, I can make a decent assumption that at least it's not terrible.
Sorry.
I'm gonna go check it out. I'll be right back if it's not anything.
Of course, I'll keep working away here.
As you walk away.
Oh, thank God that dragonborn moved.
But you start making your way away from there. You start making your way towards where you heard the noise. Go ahead and roll another perception check for me.
If only I had a little dragon that could look better than I do. 13.
13. Every now and then you hear a clanging of metal or stone or something bouncing around in an alley. But at this point, about 15 feet or 20 feet in front of you, you make your way up to it and kind of glance around, cautiously looking, and you see Ina standing at the door, kind of like looking perplexed at a door with 4 apes that are just like picking stuff up and putting it down.
I'd be like talking to them, like fully in conversation. They're just like,
What the fuck? I cautiously walk up.
Okay. There are 4 apes standing around Ina as she's having a conversation with them.
I don't know, Madeline. I really.
You named these apes?
I'm kind of thinking I want them to be like her main now because I enjoy it. I like the idea. Like her main spell, like her main like creatures that I
when
bring.
she
the
summons
main creature she summons.
Yeah, when she summons animals, she's summoning apes from now on.
Yeah.
No more 16 wolves.
Well, if I have to, but I want apes.
Eventually, this spell's gonna get big enough, and they're gonna be 4 giant apes.
I probably.
Darling, you've grown.
I mean, she could summon 1 giant ape right now.
Yeah.
Would that be Madeline?
That would be Madeline.
Anyway, you approach Ina, who's having a conversation with 4 apes currently.
What are you doing, Ina?
Well, there's survivors in there, in that building, but he doesn't believe me that I'm here to help.
You look over and now you see a pristine building. It's a single story that's basically a cube, with everything else around you is just wrecked. And the sign that says the Blooming Baron on it.
Ooh.
That was nice.
Bing.
Why is this building so nice looking?
I think there's someone in there protecting people from there. There's apparently a lot of survivors in there, and I can't get in. Not convincing enough, I guess.
Oh, convincing! How wonderful that you stumbled upon a friend who is so good with words.
Hello!
Now, Ian, stay out here. You've already made a bad impression. I'm new blood. Just stay
He knows me. He likes me.
Just stay here. I don't know if he likes you. If he liked you, would he have walked? I think he would have walked out with you.
I got him to open the door, didn't I? And then I'm gonna step back. But I did ding 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 on the door.
Okay. You hear a muffled voice come from behind the door. You bring proof?
Yeah, ass.
Was that bring proof that you said?
No reply.
Interesting. All right.
We brought it.
hello.
I got a dragon friend here. I'm friend of all people.
Anyhow, we offer. Excuse me. A little bit of the dust of rubble got in my throat. I represent.
Oh no.
Oh
no. I already know.
Do you still have the crest?
I am a powerful ally of the Capthorn family.
Roses.
We have went here. We have come from Astalia after a similar siege happened upon us. We have heard news and from information of the devil that I defeated with the help of my compatriots, that there was, in fact, a danger here as well. And as a result, my compatriots and I valiantly led the army of Astalia here to help rescue and bring aid.
This is heavy. Your heroes have arrived. Energy.
Roll a persuasion check, not perception.
Under the Capthorn house. Are you gonna like make your armor look like the fucking Capthorn symbol again?
Do I get advantage?
You would have had disadvantage, but I got rid of that because of what you said.
So it's the same exact number I rolled at the beginning of the night.
Oh no.
A
A
1.
1. But, so it's a 10. Because I had +9.
But it
That
was
matters.
a 1 that you wrote.
But maybe it's not like, he might not have the critical failure point in this one. He might just be like, oh, it's a 10. Who knows?
Thank you for using my name in this conversation.
You're
You critically
welcome.
failed, Dad. The
You
Capthorn house, and this man's gonna have a bitter taste this whole time.
hear a familiar
Maybe he just...
ding. The door cracks open and you see the one reptilian eye peeking out.
I'll be like,
Oh, you did bring a dragon friend. That's even less trustworthy than devils. Bring Miss Capthorn that you say you're with, and then maybe we'll have a bit more of a conversation. Closes the door, latch shuts, and you hear ding.
Oh.
do you have any eels in
We need to
there?
break
Can we
this
bring
door
some?
down? Like, how many... Can you at least tell us how many people are in here so we can prepare the numbers to help?
No reply.
I'm going
Well.
to break this door down.
No. We gotta show goodwill, and this is not goodwill. No,
And then he might have people dying in there.
that's true, but I don't think so. I think he's just nervous
I'll
of
send
us.
Rose.
I don't know what I'm doing right now. I went off with
Ro-
Rita.
Yeah, you're at the manners.
I went to go look for the noble houses and the royal stuff.
Oh, I would just keep going then. I would just keep
Oh,
looking
I
for
guess. Do you
things.
want me just to respond right now?
Sorry, I
despite
thought you
whatever
guys were
doing?
talking amongst each other. Are you doing anything else, Scalefound?
As soon as he said get Rose, I pulled out my sending stone to talk to Rose.
Oh.
Gotcha. So while all of that was happening, Rose, you and Rita begin making your way to the west side of the city. Go ahead and roll a perception check, and I'll roll for her.
Yeah, sorry to put a stop to the call. I just assumed that Rose would be doing something.
I also, yeah. All good.
A 17 on my perception.
You guys make your way through the streets, stopping every now and then when you find a building that seemingly could have somebody still in it, or any area that might possibly harbor a survivor or two. You're not able to find any on your way through this part of the city. So every now and then, shouts off in the distance, which you guys could hear this too. Every now and then you'll hear a, "Over here, we've got one!" And then some troops moving through the city. So there are survivors being found. It's few and far between, but there are survivors being found. You start walking 15, 20-ish minutes, and you begin to see the edge of the more higher end part of the city, which you can see was hit even harder than the other parts, as this was usually more well defended and thus took a harder beating. Rose, I've never been here. Is this the higher part of the echelon here?
Yes, this is the noble and royal district. Usually well defended. A fortress of its own. And now it's rubble.
Indeed, but normally people of this stature have backup plans. I would be surprised if we find a few bunkers or hideouts strewn about here. See what we can find. Go ahead and roll another, or do an investigation check this time.
Rose is bad at those two.
This one's,
check out of curiosity. Is there a window on that building?
there are no windows on this.
Damn
Dead.
it.
I told you she's bad at these. Five.
You begin looking, and you and Rita kind of split ways as she you're not too far off, maybe 30 feet away from each other, going through different buildings. And you're just distracted by the fact that this was once the flourishing part of the city. Though it's basically a subdivision of this place, it was the only place that really resembled Estalia in terms of structure and building style and things of that sort. So you're very distraught on the fact that this could have very likely happened in your town instead of here. And though it is bad that it happened here, it would have been worse had it happened in your town. I didn't roll for her yet. Okay. As you're kind of looking through, like kicking rubble and rocks and moving pieces of wood out of the way, you hear Rita shout off behind you about 60 feet. It seems she found something. Rose, over here.
Rose hurries over.
You run over, and you can see she's currently attempting to lift a large piece of wall, which she handily lifts off, which is a natural 19.
Shit.
Kind of picks it up, and you can see the muscles on her forearm, which are about the only ones you can see because she's as heavily armored as you, are straining, and the veins are popping out as she picks it up and kind of moves it off. And underneath, you can see there's a trap door laying on the ground of thick ebony wood, dark, just rich wood, that has a heavy latch that's thrown over the top. There's no lock, but it's thrown over the top. Come, let's see if we have anything down here.
Okay. Yes, it's a little positive to see something like this.
You guys both lift it. It's heavy. It's not as heavy as the piece of wall that she just threw, but it's still a heavy trap door and is obviously there for protection of some sort. You flip it up, and it is pitch black. You can see some stairs leading down made of the same dark ebony wood. Yeah. Oh, but yeah, it is pitch black. You put your goggles on, and Rita's kind of looking at you like, damn, I need to get me some of this.
Yeah.
And you can see down, it goes down about 45, 50-ish feet before it hits a landing of smooth carved stone with some sort of crest on there. Go ahead and roll a history check for me.
I am good at those.
As a noble.
Never mind, I'm not good at those.
You see it. You see it, and you recognize it as one of the families of Valnaarmn, but you can't quite place your finger on the name or any given aspect of the family at all. Rita brandishes a different sword as she left her original one in her helmet laying on the ground. This one is a small curved, I shouldn't say small. It's a short sword that's curved almost like a scimitar, but not quite. But it's curved differently than you're used to. Whereas scimitars kind of curve up and towards the body, this one curves down and away from the body. And you, being the weapon expert you are, realize that this one is much more for unarmored folks, as all of the weight is led forward, which leads for better slashing of swords. Not saying I'll need it, but better to be prepared.
Should I call out into the... Well, I can speak you on tea. I can ask if anyone's in there.
Would like to? Your prerogative?
Rose nods and then speaks in Yuan-Ti, saying, "We are here to help, here to heal. Is there any survivors that need assistance?" She also says, "We are from the Kingdom of Estalia, here to help." She wants to at least let them know that we are friends from Estalia.
Okay. You yell this out, give it a few seconds. Oh yes, we're down here. Couple hurt.
They have a few injured down below.
That was in Yuan-Ti, so Rita had no idea what was being said at that point.
Yeah, no. Rose clears it up for her. And she actually brings out Flame Tongue and goes, "Latem."
Okay.
For light.
Check one thing. Wait.
How many vampires are going to spawn?
Okay. You pull out Flame Tongue and say Letem as the sword ignites in flame. There's this. Think of how to describe this. There's you almost skip a breath. There's a shortness of breath that hits you momentarily, and your body kind of like recoils from it, and you. The fuck was that?
Am I saying that, or is
Yeah,
Rita?
that's kind of like what you say to yourself.
Okay.
And I need you to set your Constitution score to what it would normally be.
What? I don't know what it would normally be.
So I just unequip or unattune the Amulet of Health and see what it would normally be.
Okay, give me a second. I need to look up Amulet of Health.
It makes your Constitution score 19, and I think you get. Like, if you don't already have 19, it makes your Constitution 19.
I think I remember it added 4 to it, so I would be 15.
That sounds about right.
Yeah, so Constitution score is 15 now.
Oh, what was that? I feel weak. Rita, be wary. I don't think this is right.
She says in common. Actually, do I know what languages Rita speaks?
You do. She does not speak Yuan-Ti.
But does she speak other languages?
Common.
Like
something that I didn't think I'd have to come up. We'll just say that she speaks Common and actually we'll go Dwarvish.
Well, okay,
because of her
I'm not
background.
Speaking to her. Not speaking Dwarvish to her. I had to speak Common then.
Because of her background. Weaker. I don't feel anything different. Are you sure?
I feel something different. Please.
Understood. You can see her body goes from a kind of relaxed state from you saying that they're survivors to a more tensive combat ready state.
Rose then says, "We are coming down with light on my sword so we can see. We do not mean to attack, but we are here to help."
Okay. Come on down.
Rose shifts and starts climbing down first because she has the light.
As you take your first step down into the trap door, you hear Scalefound's voice coming through the sending stone. Scalefound?
Rose, are you occupied at the moment?
Sorry, hold a second. Rose like fumbles and grabs it.
We found some survivors and we're trying to assist. What can I do?
We also found survivors. I'm assuming they're likely in a better state than yours, probably, if yours are under rubble or something. Ours are in a pristinely kept, untouched building that Ina located. And there's a very untrusting fellow at the door that doesn't believe we're here to help. And he mentioned that there were numbers of them in there. But he won't let us in to help, and they won't vacate the building for us to help.
Rose like deeply sighs because she's thinking through her situation right now, which I can see the little smirk on Pork's face. He's like, "Yeah, now you gotta pick."
School bus of kids or the girl Spider-Man, your choice.
She says,
"We found a trapdoor in the noble section that seems to have some people underneath. I don't know how many, and honestly, the area feels a little strange. I feel kind of worried about it." But
like worried of an ambush?
I'm not sure. I feel weaker all of a sudden.
Ooh.
But let me ask right quick.
And you could still hear her say this because she's still holding the stone, but you can hear go in Yuan-Ti ask, how many survivors are there? How many wounded?
To the people down in the trapdoor.
In the trapdoor.
Oh, 4 survivors. 2 of them are wounded.
Is she on her way?
I knock loudly on the door. Sir, give me a number. We have Rose is with another group of survivors. Should we do you believe y'all are fine, or should we make haste with the others that she's located? They found 4 in the. Oh wait, she hasn't specified where she's at though. To me, never mind.
She did say
Yeah,
it's
she did.
A trapdoor area.
Oh, I thought that was you. Okay, she
in
found
the noble house.
Okay,
Noble
she
district.
said she's in the noble district currently, or what remains of it, and they found a trap door, and she's seeing survivors down there currently. Or do y'all need more aid?
Hold on. Ding! The door opens a little bit. And lets out a very heavy sigh. There are a number in here. All are safe. Minor wounds.
A number. Minor wounds.
My building is perfectly fine, as you can see. You take your choice. I'm not leaving.
Well, would you mind if we went there to help?
I cast Thunderstep through the crack of the door because I can see inside. No, I'm not doing that. That'd be a bit of a.
Could we send other survivors here in the meantime? Do you have any healing powers, or is it?
I do not. They wouldn't have minor injuries if I had healing powers. Return when you have your correspondent. Like I said, my building's
I'm
fine.
Stone up for him to hear. Okay. Rose, as you can tell, he's a bit of an asshole.
I can't tell. I only hear you.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
That's why you can hear me, because I'm holding the stone.
Gotcha. Yeah, you're right.
You aren't very charming there, sir. Wait.
Anyway,
Rose,
wait.
wait.
The guy at the door here is an asshole. He says he has numbers. I'm starting to think it's only him.
Can I cast
but he said
my
minor wounds, and the group has minor wounds in this building, so prioritize where you're at first.
You want to do what?
Understood.
Use my glasses.
Okay.
I'm gonna get my glasses and go. All right. Bink.
And what are you doing?
I want to bring spin charge on a humanoid within 30 feet. Save DC of 13. Bink.
This guy is for sure a magic shop owner or something.
Yeah, he's definitely gonna ignore that.
You put your glasses on and say, okay, and you see, through your glasses, you can see the spell tendrils kind of like whip out. It's almost like,
Please work.
I don't know how to describe it, but like you watch them lash out and kind of hook onto his head, almost like 2 hands wrapping around them before he takes his single eye contact off of Scalefound and looks at you, shakes his head, and you watch the tendrils just.
He's a magic user. He
sighs again, closes the door, and you hear the familiar ting.
You really are a butt. No. Let's go help Rose.
I mean, I could get in there, if you really.
No, I really don't think it's a good idea to burst in. We need to.
I mean, I wouldn't burst in.
What do you think breaking a door down is?
Come over here. I don't want him to hear us.
You want me to wait for you? I can tell them that we have more help coming.
Oh, do you want us to head that way, Rose?
I don't want to go.
You've been holding the stone this whole time. Everything you said points to this.
Oh. Well, you ask them. Do they need more? Do you think it's 2 enough to help out for them?
She says this.
I don't know how strong you are. And you can see now there's a slight shadow creeping towards the bottom of the stairs. Appears that some sort of small light has been lit. And comes walking to the bottom of the stairs. And you see a very elderly Yanti there, kind of hobbling on a
Oh.
cane. He's got a big old like cloak wrapped around him. No hair whatsoever. You can see, like, even though it's a snake creature, you can see sags in the scales and stuff on his face.
Huh.
You look like some fairly hardy people. Perhaps you could just get us, but I don't know.
I think we can handle it.
All right, we'll wait here with this building. We'll check the area around this building, I suppose. But in the meantime, go to the tree after you're done where you're at, and I relay the path to get to us.
Okay. Rose says like, okay, I'll do that, and Rose puts the stone away. She motions at Rita and climbs down the stairs.
You climb down, and the elderly gentleman kind of gets out of your way a little bit. He's a slow mover, but he's at least up and moving. You get down there, and there is one single torch lit in the back corner where there are currently is one cot and one makeshift bedroll on the ground made out of some very exquisite looking cloaks. Though, what?
I wanted to know, if I were to share a great healing potion with multiple people who have low health, would it like just help multiple people, or do they have to consume the whole bottle? Like, can they take like a couple of gulps from each? Because it's a big bottle,
That
and
is
I assume they're nobles.
good question.
They're not like warriors that have 100 health. If they just need enough to get to like 3 or 4 points.
My educated guess would be based upon either the plus on it or how many D4s it has. It's what a minor is, what a D4 plus 3, but that wouldn't make sense for. No, I'm saying a minor would be like one person because it's a D4 plus 3. So I would think it's the dice. However many dice it is.
It's a greater healing potion if that helps, because I only have those.
Yeah.
But she's willing to like have people take sips of it if it means getting them enough energy to leave.
A normal potion is a 2d4 plus 2.
Even looking at some people's homebrews, I don't see anything. But for our purposes, I'll say sure, because that sounds like it could make life really interesting for me. So I'll say yeah. So you can split. You won't get the +4 bonus at the end of the greater. So normally it's 44 plus 4. It'll just be a 1d4 to whoever takes a sip out of it.
He's going off the D4 rule.
And there's
Let's
4 people?
go.
Depends
Like
on
how
how
many people can take 1 sip?
Okay. Well, no, I was about to say I don't remember what a greater healing potion does.
It's 44 plus 4.
44 plus 4. So that's like 4 sips then.
Yeah.
Okay. That sounds reasonable.
48 health points, really. 44 plus 4.
Shut up.
Sip it.
So she looks around to see if where's the wounded.
Okay. So yeah, as you come down, you see there's one torch lit in the back corner. There's one person laying on the cot, and you can see, and there's an arm that's kind of like bandaged in a sling, laying there, asleep, it seems, or unconscious. You're not entirely sure. They're definitely out. And then laying on the very fine robes, that's a makeshift bedroll on the ground. You can see there's a assortment of rags wrapped around the waist for like a makeshift bandage that has been blood soaked, and you can see it soaked through into the cloaks on the ground. And then there's one other elderly female Yanti that is sitting in the corner currently, head down, asleep. You can hear a slight every now and then.
Rosaline says to Rita, do you have medical practice? Like, do you know how to do healing, or do you have any magic?
I have a single potion that we generally keep on us for emergency uses. But that's and I can bandage field treatment, but that's about the limit of my expertise.
Rose then looks at the person who looks the most injured, which I assume is the one that's bleeding through.
Yes.
And she says to the other UNT that she's going to treat them as much as she can first before moving them out of the thing. And so she pulls out her greater healing potion, pops it open, and like tries to get to the person's face. Like, can she find their face?
Of the one laying on the bedroll?
Yeah, the one who's bleeding out.
Yeah, I mean,
Are
they're
they
laying there.
awake?
They're not awake. No, both of the two that are lying down are out cold. Roll a medicine check for me real quick.
Okay. Oh, wait. Before she does this, she asks Rita to help position the person's body to drink this.
Okay.
Can I have advantage then?
No.
No, I imagine not. Yeah.
You're pouring a potion into the mouth. Like, all you gotta do is hold the head up.
19.
There you go. As you approach both of them, just
she like does this to the throat to help it go
the
down.
swallow, the dog swallowing the pill thing. But as you approach both bodies that are laying there, the one on the cot you can see is not terribly torn up or bleeding or anything like that, but you look at the arm and it's fairly obvious that the humerus, that upper bone, is in half. It's broken and is probably in a lot of pain, and why they're out right now. You look at the other one and you can see the breath is shallow. The eyes are kind of darting back and forth. This person is on the last bits of life here. As you have Rita get behind this one who's bleeding out on the ground, so you can pour a potion into their mouth. How much are you pouring?
How did the old elderly look? Are they injured too?
They've got some cuts and scrapes, like somebody who's been through a building collapsing or something like that. But there's no obvious signs of, blood pooling on the clothes or anything like that. It seems like maybe they were close to this trapdoor and were able to get in before too much destruction was wrought.
I would say she would do half a potion for each person that's injured on the cots.
So go ahead
that
and
would be a 2d4.
for each.
So the first one is a 5, and the second one is a 5.
Okay. As you pour the potion in the one who's currently laying on the ground bleeding out, you pour half of it in and hold the head there long enough that it doesn't just, come back up into their mouth. And you lay him back down, and you can watch as there's the eyes settle and steady, and there's one deep breath that comes in, lets out, and they go back into a fairly normal breathing pattern. There's still every now and then a gasp. They're obviously not perfect now, but definitely much better off than they were. You can't tell if the bleeding has stopped because everything is just blood soaked, but they appear to be in much better condition than they were. The one with the broken arm, you pour the rest of the potion into, and you can watch as what was once a kind of like catty corner angle of the arm begins to kind of move back together, and is set in a way, and probably will be better off for it whenever it does fully heal. So they're both still passed out / unconscious, but they are healed.
She begins to speak in Yuan-Ti, saying that now that they're kind of healed, she feels a little bit better about bringing them up. But she does turn to Rita and she says,
Do you mind? I know you said you have field medicine. Would you mind taking a look at this person's wounds? It's wrapped up just to make sure that they're okay to be moved safely. And I'll begin helping the others up.
So you say that to her. She lets you know she'll do what she can. She starts removing some of the old bloodied rags, and pulls out some of the bandage that they keep on them as part of their field kit. You can see the wound is still bleeding, but it's not like profusely pouring out like it appeared that it might have been doing before. It begins wrapping that bandage, which does a much better job than clothes of stemming the tide of blood.
I ask the elderly Yuan-Ti who would he like for me to start carrying up first.
Probably my wife. He kind of coughs. He yells her name, and she kind of. Kind of looking at you and Rita over there bandaging.
Rosalina Media is like, we're friends here to assist and help you get to safety and medical attention.
But in Yuan-Ti.
Just for the sake of brevity, You carry Celissa up as Rita finishes bandaging the one who's bleeding, carries that one, and the elderly gentleman follows behind as he's mobile, albeit slow, but he can move on his own. The elderly woman is much slower than he is, so you carry her, and Rita carries the other one. Lets you know that she'll find one of the stronger guards or a guard to come down here and get the other one. Knowing where they're at makes it a lot easier, and the fact that you found one trapdoor is going to alert people that there might be more in this area to start searching for.
When Rosaline gets out of the trapdoor, does she feel different?
Nope.
What the fuck? I just lost a necklace and I don't even know how.
Back to you two. Ina scale found?
I don't think we have, like, we're,
I
guess,
mean-
look
Oh,
around in
you're
the
just
server,
you're just waiting for Rose at this point?
basically.
Okay.
Can I
Well,
just
I would
like
keep looking
finish
around.
helping and then return?
Yeah, go ahead, and since you guys are looking around still for other people, go ahead and roll investigation checks for me real quick.
All right, what are my apes?
Scale found
18.
do it with advantage, Ina.
With advantage? Okay.
Both
that
of
was
us?
10.
Or just...
Oh yeah, she's got 4 apes. They'll help you out too.
Yeah, and hard
was
to
a-
beat an 18, so 18.
It was a 21 or a natural 1.
They'll take that 21 there then, huh? Skelvan, what'd you get?
18.
Okay. While you're waiting for Rose, you're able to come across another 3 people who are either buried or injured in the alleyways nearby that you're able to bring out and find guards that can carry them off to the triage center as you wait for Rose to make her way to you. After you find the 3rd person and are carrying it into the street, you actually run into Rose, who is on her way back from carrying him to the entrance of the city, having completed her task in the trapdoor area that she told you about.
Can we see the house right now? The pristine house or no?
No, you're out in the main street that you walked in. You're 5 or 6 blocks away from the house, but you guys know where it's at, so you can get back to it easily.
Oh, Rose, good finding you. The house is over here.
Yes, of course. Give me a second.
She brushes herself off and she is fiddling with her necklace and looking at it. Does it look broken?
Roll an
She put
investigation
Derek-
check.
She put Derek away and put it inside of her sheath, so she doesn't have Derek right now.
How did it break?
13. I don't know. To be fair, everything I've recently gotten from this enchanter has slowly been
True!
breaking.
13.
Yeah.
Looks like the same amulet you have. It has a slow, dim red glow that emits from it.
You're good with arcane stuff, right? You know, I imagine all magical and right.
Potentially?
She takes off her necklace and hands it over to you.
Tell me if you feel different if you wear this.
You have to. You want me to wait an hour?
That one doesn't require attunement. That was one of the first ones I gave you before I was like, I need to start making him attune stuff.
Put it on.
You feel hardy as hell. Your body, you're like, oh yeah.
Oh. Can I keep this?
No. So it works. It's working for you? Why is it not working for me? What? It just suddenly stopped while I was helping those people. Do you mind returning and see if it works with me again?
After we do the
Do
house,
I get to
yeah.
keep the necklace on for now?
Stop being a little thief. That's my job.
Just for now. Just for now. I'm not keeping it.
Do you mind at least letting me test if it works?
Thank you.
Oh. My pecs immediately, like, a little bit. It's like,
Yeah. She puts it on.
By the gods, what is going on? It's like I'm cursed.
hold on. Idea here.
Hmm.
Hasn't your axe been having an issue?
Yes?
Hand me your axe.
I don't think you can carry it very well, but okay. It's a heavy bitch.
I have a strength of 10. I can hold the weapon.
Do I still have
She-
a survivor with us? Like, can I be
You-
like, all right, I'll see you.
You
Take him.
you've dropped them off with guards. There's a steady flow of guards with carts that are coming in, taking survivors up to the the triage station and stuff like that. So you've dropped them off, and you're kind of standing there watching them figure this out in the alley.
I was just picturing like this dying guy. Like, can we try on necklaces later, please?
She hands Agatha over.
I will look for some rubble of a crate or something to hit.
Okay, roll an attack
Uh,
at disadvantage because it's a great axe, and you're not a strong person or proficient in great weapons.
that just means I don't add my proficiency bonus to it, though. I thought.
It's a box. It's not going to be hard to hit, but
So it's just straight rolls for me then, right?
yep.
If it does max
Uh,
damage, then that means it works for you.
A 12.
Okay. You slam the axe down on it and splits it in half almost immediately, wedges a few inches into the ground. Rose will probably have to pull it out of the ground.
I don't know how. Did that do a lot of damage in your opinion, Rose? I don't know.
Can I tell? It is my axe.
It got
It
wedged
seems to
into
be
the ground.
it's,
In fighting.
seems to be working the way it used to work.
Oh my god.
What the fuck?
It's me.
Man, I'm really good at throwing an axe. Oh, maybe I should get into this a little bit more. I'd have a gift for it. That was a pretty good hit, I think.
I'd like to think you can't even pull it out of the ground at this moment.
Yeah, I'm like leaning on it actually, just like, wow, I did a great job.
Rose is over here, like whispering to herself, I'm the issue. It's me. I'm cursed. Something's wrong with me.
When did this first start? When did you first notice that the axe didn't work?
After you saved me, well,
I saved me from the Thieves Guild.
All the way back then?
I thought it was when you saved me from those devil with wings and stuff.
no, it definitely was when I left the Thieves Guild and we saved my axe from the bottom of that.
Or maybe
pit.
Darth Rule gave you a dying curse. How sweet of him.
What?
Rose is
Blackbird
not
is laughing because I just called it.
No, that's not it at
Rose-
all. That's why I'm laughing.
Rose is not laughing. You are scaring her.
I'm dying?
No, I meant in his last breaths, Rose, he cursed you. Not that it's a dying curse on you. I said that as an idea. You're very obviously not dying. You've only gotten stronger since all of that.
Who has the lowest constitution here?
Me?
Either
I
Ina
have
or
14?
I have 14 as well.
Scalefound is
Plus 2.
16.
Mine
Or
is
not
16.
Scalefound. Baron's is 16. Sorry.
I'm supposed to have a 16 this whole time?
No.
I could use more than 62 health
No.
points.
No. Anyway.
Rosaline is just, she crosses her arms and says,
Clearly I'm cursed of some sort. I can't
Can we go
use
to
a necklace anymore.
a temple like in Skyrim and just touch the shrine thing and get our curses off?
No, that's not how that works.
No.
It's a bit more difficult in D&D.
Really?
oh, well, since Scalephone did ask for it first, she just hands him back to the amulet.
Hell yeah.
And
Oh.
like doesn't even flinch. Does like this axe that you tried to get out that's stuck? She just one hand picks that bitch up, dislodges it, puts it back.
Well, obviously this is something that's getting worse. If that was working a few minutes ago, and now it's not for you.
It stopped working when I called Derek. I'm sorry, that sounds weird. When I turned the flame tongue sword on.
Don't
Interesting.
God, it doesn't matter right now. I don't want to think about it. You said there were survivors I could assist. We can look at it later and see what kind of.
He's going to ask
curses
for
are
some
wrong with me.
he's going to ask for verifying papers and things. I'm pretty sure he's a bit of his own ass.
Yeah, well, as a
verifying
noble
it.
woman, I literally carry that crap everywhere. So don't worry, you're covered.
So this amulet, are we gonna go back to test it? Or what's the
No,
deal now?
she wants you to keep it for now as you
Mhm,
go
it's not
over
gonna.
to the. It's not gonna work on her.
All right.
Scalebound will not say no to a pretty jewel.
Yeah, you get
You did ask for it.
you get an amulet of health that does not require attunement, and yeah, your constitution becomes 19.
So
Hell yeah.
Rose just starts walking towards the tree, I guess, because that's where you said it was. The house was kind of near.
They
She
can.
clearly is like, I
Oh.
don't want to talk about this. Is what she's basically doing now.
He dons the amulet. You guys make your way towards the building that they're talking about, and as you approach, you can see there is a pristine building. Well, not untouched, but scorched a little bit here and there, but for the most part untouched. While all of the buildings around are collapsed and broken and destroyed. And you see the
This is
blooming baron.
suspicious.
Roll a history check for me, real quick.
The blooming baron.
Normal. 7. I don't know much about this.
You don't know much about it. You know that it is one of the, like you presumed, one of the magical shops of Valnaarmn. And you know there's an owner. Can't think of his name right now.
Rose does say this is a magical shop, and she remembers glimpsing at it while walking past before. She knocks politely on the door.
Yes.
Are my apes still
Uh,
here?
Yeah, you guys are all
Rose
together.
At
Oh, your
in the
apes?
most,
Your apes would be gone by now.
Rose in the most noble voice says,
It is I, Lady Capthorne, here for assistance. I was requested to be here. My presence is needed, I assume.
Hmm.
"Yeah, imagine how I felt."
Hey, I have spells though. Constitution checks are all the time for me.
Yeah.
Mm.
You hear a ding.
All the time.
You see one slender reptilian eye peek through the door. Can you prove it's you?
She just lifts her hand for the signet ring.
Lovely. Good to see you again, Rose. Door opens all the way. And now that it opens, you can see standing before you is the owner of the magic shop, but is also one of the higher up with the decision making of the city. His name is Asalam.
Can I write that down
I'll
right
spell
quick? Okay, thank you.
Asalim.
Asalim. Oh, as soon as she sees him, instantly she's like, "Oh, I recognize him."
That guy we met before was Lossalim.
She does a. He says he lost a limb.
Lossalim, the guy with no leg? Huh?
Yes!
I'm sorry, I had to while that we were on the names.
Scalepound spontaneously combusts. Anyway.
Rosalind does a curtsy as she knows, and she goes,
Slim, it's always wonderful to see you again.
Indeed, it looks beyond you. Sorry, but given the situation, trust is better earned than given, you must understand. He opens the door all the way, and on the inside you can see it's almost like the red wand in that one room that you went into, Ina, where it's much bigger than what the outside appears to be. It's 2 stories. The upper floor is all books and research of some sort. There's some tables you can see with vials and stuff that are set up. The base floor has been all of the like equipment and stuff that he sells has been pushed to the side, some of it knocked over, some of it not. And in the middle are as many beds as people could bring in here. And just a quick glance at the beds, you can see that there are 13 to 15 people in here, some of them on beds, some of them not. They all appear to be in good fashion. There are a couple children, couple of parents to go with each one of them. There are some adolescent looking, and then there's a few older, about Asalim's age, so like mid 30s to 50s, somewhere in there.
She smiles because she's happy to see a huge amount of survivors.
You really saved so many people. I'm really relieved to see it.
She turns to Ina and Scalefam.
Do you mind getting healers?
Of course.
As you go to step in, there's actually you kind of hit something invisible there, and he turns, oh, right, sorry about that. Waves his hand in there, and you watch as this shimmery field just kind of like dissipates in front of you. That was
No, it's
Barrier
okay.
magic, impressive.
takes quite a bit, but it definitely did the job. As he looks around to the people in here, and yes, I got as many in here as I could, given the time. Luckily, the building, even without that field, has a fair bit of protection, so definitely did what I could, though I fear it is definitely not enough.
Yes, well,
Rose, who normally would say something positive, is actually at a loss for words right now because she truthfully doesn't know how to respond.
Ina, you should ring for Bat with your stone.
Breaker.
Yeah.
Wait, why?
Healers!
Healers.
No, but they don't need
He's
any.
a healer. He's by the other healers.
They didn't need any. They all look good.
Uh,
Hey Ben, do you got any? Do you want to come over? I know you're a little busy over there, or do you want to give us maybe a little helping hand with sending some healers our way?
Yeah, we're up at the triage right now, but I'll grab some. Where are you?
We're out of.
You can give him directions, it's fine.
We're here, and then you turn left, and then you go right. I mean, it's my idea of right, so it's actually left, but.
Should
Said that 2.7 clicks east of the flesh tree.
but he lets you know that he'll bring some healers, they'll grab a cart and make their way down to you.
Woggy.
You guys can enter the building now. Now that you do, you see that all of these people, they're dirty and like they have some soot and some minor, kind of like the elderly couple that you saw, like they've taken some licks, but nothing that is like death defying, like with the guy who's gashed open or broken limbs or anything like that. It seems they were the ones
Lost a limb.
seems they were the ones who lived in the immediate area and got here as quick as possible, knowing the person who owned it. So you're able. Go ahead.
Rosaline just asks,
do you mind telling us everything that happened? We kind of entered in the end of things. You might want to provide face coverings. There are definitely things that innocent people should not see out there.
Good. I can take care of that, and I will tell the story. However, some ears may not be privy to this, so I suggest we wait until we have a little more privacy before going into too much detail.
I understand.
Rosaline's just thinking if she needs to probably go back and keep searching, since clearly these people are going to be easily taken care of.
Perhaps we can meet afterwards once we've gathered more people. To be honest, I rather would like to spend my time to continue searching for any survivors.
Of course, and I'll return with these and help with what I can with whatever camp you have set up. Just come find me. Sure that it'll be easy to do. Not many people like us, you know? So, sorry.
He's a UNT pure blood, so that's what he means, right?
Yeah.
Wait, what? The ones that
He's
kind
like
of look more
full snake
human
leg.
are UNT pure blood?
UNT pureblood are the UNT that look like humans with minor like snake features.
And the ones that are very sneaky are not pure.
They're called
I-
UNT.
That's
Yeah.
so weird. I thought that was the other way around, for sure.
It's from the specific god or goddess whoever made love with the snake. So the more human-looking ones have the more godly blood in them, I think, is the lore of it.
Yeah.
They
Interesting.
resemble the creator more.
But looks to both Ina and Scalefound. Once again, I do apologize, but couldn't be for sure, especially given I don't see a lot of your kind. Looking at Ina, gnomes.
Well,
And
it was a bit annoying, but it was. I'm glad you did it. It's good.
I would have done
You
the
protected
same.
these people because of it.
I would
enough to...
expect no less, but seems we have some work to do, so see who you can find. I'll be available when you're done.
Sorry, I cut you off there. Did you say, were you about to say you've never seen my kind?
Yes,
Okay.
but given my current stature, not many people see people like me either, so no judgment.
Is that true?
I used to be
General?
yellow.
Very interesting. I would like to hear that story sometime. However,
I'll tell you.
I do believe I need to return these people, or at least get them somewhere a little safer. So until
Rosaline does a respectful. I guess do the UNT does Balnock have like a greeting that's different from Eastalia?
No,
Like
We
it's-
just spit on each other's faces. Just
it's just a general, polite greeting. It's nothing special. They don't they don't put up a Spock thing or anything like.
I'm just asking if they have like maybe like a I don't know.
they put their
bows.
snake tongues through this V for victory.
No. Just simple bows and curtsies, the same as you're used to.
Yeah, she does a curtsy of respect because she knows who this is and says she'll meet him later and goes back to the team and is like,
All right, where should we go next? I don't think we've finished exploring the noble or royal house area. But if you don't want to come with me there, it's okay. It's pretty much rubble, but we found some
Trapdoors.
trapdoors with
Are
people
you-
in them.
Alright, I feel like I kind of want to look for the poor as well. No,
If that's what you wish, we can split again if necessary.
Don't want to.
Frankly, I think these devils did a really horrible job at what
Are
they
you-
did. I mean, they did horrific, but there's quite a good number of survivors thus far.
Rose just gives you a look and not a positive one.
Sorry, I ran with them a little bit. I know how bad they can do it. So,
Yeah, let's go look for the trapdoors. I hope
honestly, they're probably listening right now, and they're like, they probably got bothered by what I said, and they're going to want to help us soon. So, oh well.
For the sake of brevity, you guys make your way out of the shop, making a plan on where to go next. You do, as you re-enter the main street, look towards where the tree is. Rose, maybe not, but the other two of you. And you can see it's mostly down now. It's like the trunk is just kind of there. So they're clearing and making the best of they can with that. But the main horrendous site that was the tree has been mostly disassembled. You make your way to whatever side of town you want to and begin looking for more survivors. We'll go ahead and take our break because I have to pee really bad. Imagine that.
Yeah.
Um,
I figured I was waiting for the P o'clock.
yeah, but whenever you get back or before you leave or anything like that, just each of you roll 3 investigation checks. And we'll see how many more survivors you guys are able to find. So, yep, we're going to take our
Alright.
break, get a snack, get a drink, go to the bathroom, do what you need to do. We'll be right back, ladies and gents.
yes.
Leave you with some music here, chat. We're gonna leave you with the best kind of music. Enjoy. I'm back, chat. You don't have to listen to sea shanty anymore. I'm back, chat. Back at it. I want to put the scene back up here. D&D stream. Wonder, does this does it work? Do my commands work? Come on, Stream Elements, do your thing. It works. I got my commands working again. I got my commands working again.
Hello.
So the like Stream Elements bot works on YouTube. It is much slower than Twitch.
Oh.
Like I'm gonna hit
Not
enter.
instant.
No. 1 1000, 2 1000, 3 1000, 4 1000, 5 1000, 6 1000, 7 1000, 9 1000. 10 seconds for the command to pop up.
That's really delayed.
It's
bad.
very long. It's almost like Stream Elements has to like actually like it doesn't copy paste enter. It's like typing it. Yeah, I have
maybe like just the connection to YouTube specifically has like a lot of like different things it has to go through. Maybe like YouTube has more restrictions.
Maybe. I don't know. But
they do have to. I feel like they would have more issues with like ad stuff than Twitch, so they probably have like a lot of things that are checking, I guess. Maybe, I don't know.
But I was going through my commands on which ones I wanted to bring over to YouTube, and I forgot that this quote from Panties is on here. You know when you lose
Which
a puppy,
quote?
you know when you lose a puppy, but you get another not as good puppy? I don't even remember when he said that, but I love it.
I don't even know what that's about.
And then I have Brandy's quote that like, "Are you happy to see me or just got a high vagina?"
Okay, that one I remember.
I have a second Brandy quote. I remember it though. You know when you lose a puppy, but you get another not as good puppy? Oh, fuck yeah, that's a good peach. I remember that one too. Yeah, because the short, like, I have the panties command and it just says uwu. That one happens relatively quick.
Yeah, then maybe it is typing it all.
Oh no, this one's taking longer. Yeah. Maybe it's like having to connect to the Stream Elements server. Whereas I bet that's it. I bet because like on Twitch, Stream Elements acts as a like a viewer, quote unquote. And so it's always in there. I wonder if commands it has to connect, and then when it does that, and then it has to realize the command and then send the command. Interesting. Very interesting. Hey, you know what else this means? That I'm streaming on YouTube? I don't have to record it and then paste or post it. It just goes to the playlist.
Oh yeah. Just immediately into it. Yeah. My boyfriend kicked out the cat from the bedroom, and so now she's like sitting there like, what the fuck?
Yeah, mine's asleep. Well, he's awake right now, but he's laying next to me. Being that boy.
If you hear loud meowing, just know it's the cat. No snacks in my apartment. I was looking, but no snacks.
No snacks. Yeah, I don't have any.
This is what happens if I get groceries, then there's snacks. If my boyfriend gets groceries, no snacks, because he just gets the bare minimum because he wants to get in and get out. He does not. He's like, okay, you put stuff on a list, I'm gonna grab it and leave.
Yeah.
And I don't remember what I want for snacks because it changes.
That's my problem. I always go to the store without a list, and then I just buy everything. I'm just like, oh, that looks good. Oh, that looks good.
I go with lists and then I go, that would be good, and I add that.
Yeah, I need to grocery shopping soon.
Yeah.
Yeah,
We go on Wednesdays now because
you wear pink?
no, I don't. I actually don't own pink.
On Wednesdays, we wear pink.
Most of my clothing, not surprise, is black.
Same.
I just prefer wearing black. Just do. Always have. So
Same. Samesies.
I have a couple of pieces that are like red, if that counts.
So I know you guys aren't into racing at all, but MotoGP, which is the sport bike races, sport bikes have come so far that they're too fast now and people can't keep them on the track. There's just been like an unbelievable amount of like crashes that have happened with motorbike racing this year. It's
I guess they
wild.
have to adjust the way they do the tracks then, because if the bikes are now completely different and too fast, they might have to like adjust the tracks to fit for that kind of style of bike.
Or just more liability waivers and get drivers who can handle the machine and not overtune the machine to outperform a driver's capability.
Well, the thing is, like, these are the top riders. Like, you can't.
Oh yeah, it's definitely a machine issue.
They're just
pushing it too far.
Yeah. So yeah, they'll probably put more restrictions on bikes' power and stuff like that. But yeah, they're just going beyond what tire compound and friction can handle, right? Like,
I saw the only
technology's come too far.
The horse racing, which I don't know if you've heard about the crazy shit that happened at the
the Kentucky Derby winner.
Kentucky Derby, yeah, that was fucking crazy.
You know, that race happens like an hour and a half away from where I live.
Like,
yeah, I had a family friend who was into horse racing, so I used to know back then, but they are no longer friends, so no hear anything about it anymore.
Huge upset, massive. Like this no-name horse
hadn't won a race all year.
Wasn't even supposed to be in the Derby because it was just an alternate that filled in a spot. It's like, all right, here, fill in the role just to throw another horse. Fucking won it.
Yep.
Honestly, it was the. I mean, I can never. Like, there's is a jockey. Is that the specific term for the riders?
Person on the
I honestly want to credit him more than the horse because he navigated the horse perfectly. Because there was a moment where like the horse was starting to shift gears and get ready for the full sprint, and he got locked up between all these other racers, and he navigated the horse outside the pack and just overtook the whole thing. Like literally from the back, got into full sprint, overtook everyone. Clear. It was
maybe this whole time it wasn't the horse.
It might have been jockeys the entire time. Who knows? That's fair.
I mean, wouldn't they keep the same jockey for the horse? I don't know enough about horse racing.
I don't know enough about horse racing either.
I think when there's a winning duo, they try to, but like when it's like you don't know if it's the horse or if you don't know it's the jockey, change variables until it works out. Usually that's my guess on it from what I've known. I know jockeys change here and there, but it was that jockey's first time being in the Derby too. Like they were both just brand new kids on the block.
Yeah,
it could be just strike of pure luck too.
Yeah, people made some bank if they just randomly threw money at them because it was like 99 or it was like 110 or 99 odds or something. It was massive.
Final odds for the race were 80-1. So for every $1 you bet on them, you got $80 back.
I think that was near the ending of the race though that it got that high.
The report I read. The report that I read, and there may have been some because like you can bet multiple different things, but for the
the middle of the race,
yeah, for just the specific, just the winner of the race was 80-1 odds.
I would say that's probably one of those races you just had to see. Even if you lost, it'd be like, whoa, like
the energy. I've been there once. I went to Churchill Downs with my buddy once because his dad has a horse that he races, and the energy at horse races is weird. Like It's
Is it like
weird.
tennis where everyone's kind of quiet?
Yeah, and then a race comes up, and like they don't even like most of the time the winner. They know who's gonna win. They don't care about the winner. It's whenever there's mix-ups in the backfield that people just like go bananas for. It's weird. Energy is weird, but it's a really cool energy too.
People
like,
are in very formal, old style clothing
Yeah.
too. It's like a whole weird culture clash.
yeah, it's a cult. Yeah, for sure.
And there was another thing about the trainer for the horse. What was it? It was like a few years back. Like it was within the same week, but like 3 years ago, he lost like 2 or 3 dozen horses in a barn fire.
Oh yeah, I do remember that.
I had a whole Disney pitch. I'm like, Disney should totally make a movie about this now. And like in the winning sprint, like the spirits of the other dozens of horses should be like in the background pushing the horse forward in a magical Disney moment.
Okay.
It would sell 100%.
Every horse girl will eat that shit up.
Everyone would love it.
Fun fact: when I was a kid, I was a horse girl
I believe it.
with no horses, but I wanted one.
I had goats.
I also had goats.
Anyway, moving off of horse racing, back into searching for survivors.
I'm gonna need
So
a stallion derby, damn it.
the stallion derby.
I'm sure some shit.
Brandy, what were your 3 rolls?
21, 22, and 5.
Okay, so strong, nothing.
I
All
jinxed it because I got a 21. I was like, I'm getting a bunch of 21s, and I just fucked myself with the 5.
I guess you could see ours already on the
Yeah. So going through, and you go through, I'm just gonna skip to you finding them. We're not gonna roleplay every single person that you find in this city.
No, I figured not.
Going through both the higher echelon district, the royal district, and the lower ends, you 3 and by yourselves are able to find 11 more survivors. Some in worse condition than others, some completely fine, like the ones you found before. As you kind of realize you've scoured about as much as you as a group of 3 can scour, and in the process of this, you're passing by guards, clerics, people, all sorts of people from the military, as things have begun to get quote unquote cleaned up a little bit, less gruesome. It's still gruesome, but less gruesome. There's not a tree of corpses in the middle of the city now. They bring more and more of the soldiers in to start helping deal with the dead and finding survivors and things of that sort. So you find that you've about reached your limit of the help that you can provide, and after finding the last few, helping them onto carts that will get them back faster, you begin making your way back out towards the encampment of guards, which you now can see has turned into an encampment. There are fires lit. Some guards have their armor off, and they're kind of like huddled around fires with cups of what have you in their hands. Carts are coming and going. You can see that they're starting to line the dead outside of the city, out of view. You can see where they're taking them, just trying to get them out of the city and cleaned up as much as possible. But you get back, the triage has pretty much been filled at this point. Roughly 60 to 75 bedrolls/cots, whatever they can find to comfortably lay people who are injured down, are being tended to by clerics, traditional healers, barons roaming around helping as best he can. Anulf, you can see his maul and armor have been set up against a tree as he's doing the same as Baron, helping out as best as he can. And it's just a general weight off of your shoulders to see that whoever was left is getting the help that they need, albeit however many few. But as you make your way back into the encampment, you are set upon by Asalim, who has been using his magic to the best of his abilities. He's not a healer, but to do what he can to help people around the encampment, at least. Setting shelters up, placing barricades where you can, moving things around that are maybe too heavy for some people to bear. Well, good to see you, Rose. Who's the general, I guess would be the correct term for this military establishment?
It would be Rita.
Of
The one who
course.
is the general at this moment. I saw her previously, but I haven't seen her since.
She returned not too much longer before you guys got back. They made a war room, though not really war. It's where the heads, the planners are meeting for what have you. It's the larger tent over there. If you'd like, we can go discuss what has transpired here.
Rosalie takes a deep breath. She never has a moment of rest. She just nods her head and looks at her friends to see if they're ready.
Okay. Well, follow me.
That is, I'll ever be.
Oh.
Leads you to the larger tent that's set off to the right. It's not in the center, it's off to the right. You enter and you can see Rita's in there, along with some of the other lieutenant-like figures that you went into the city with. Now that the soldiers are doing the work, they have come back out. All of their armor is off and on stands. Weapons kept at the side just in case, but they are gathered around currently a map of Valnaarmn. You can tell that that's what it is, with certain markings all over it, and you can see that they've worked out some sort of grid or pattern that they are currently using to investigate the city and find whatever they can in it. And it looks like it's pretty well been ticked off. There's a couple small sectors that they haven't gotten to yet, but you can gather they currently have people out there investigating, looking for survivors. As you enter, they all kind of look up and turn to you, and you can watch their shoulders roll back a little bit, seeing that you've returned. And with the work that has been done, there has been a lot of progress with what's going on here. Rose, I hear that Asalim here is willing to inform us exactly what transpired.
Yes, and I assume we will also provide what we know once Asalim has provided his.
Of course. We will do everything we can, especially for the people that are injured and those who are not, that have now lost their home. But Asalim, happened. He goes on to let you know that it was a normal day, going about business, kind of like how your guys' went for the time being. When suddenly, about a third of the town, people they knew, thought they knew, became aggressive and started attacking and laying waste to others in the city. There wasn't, in particular, one group or level of stature that turned. Anywhere from the higher ups down to the lowest slums. There was just about a third of the town. After the attack started and chaos ensued in the city is when I started taking whoever I could and whatever I could in, which is when the main assault happened. Red-skinned minions, of which you saw plenty scattered in the streets, began attacking as well, but these were not feral beasts of any sort. They were much more organized and moved with haste through the streets. Spell users of some sort, laying destruction and death in their wake. After the main assault by them, they were followed by the very heavy hitters, large, dark red, furred creatures wielding weapons larger than any of us. God.
Does that strike a resemblance in my mind? The red skin.
It strikes a resemblance in all of your minds as the devilish figure that you fought underneath of Estalia, but multiple of them. But nothing, well, I mean, it strikes a resemblance the same way that the devilish creature you fought under Estalia struck it. It's similar, but doesn't quite meet the huge nature of scale and fur that you remember
Dang.
from the breath.
Okay.
5 or 6 of those began attacking from each side of the city, wielding weapons, like I said, but also casting somehow. I've never seen or read about any creature of that being able to wield magic the way they did, which laid waste to most of the city at this point. With the destruction wrought, the red-skinned minions kind of cleaned up after that. The large beastly figures, after realizing their work had been accomplished, seemed to just disappear from the area or return from wherever they came, much like teleportation that our mages had used before. Our soldiers fought the best they could, and as you saw walking through the streets, did handle themselves, but the amount of creatures that waylaid us was just too great for them to handle, and without any warning, it was hard to organize any sort of battalion or strike force or anything. It was just a free-for-all in the streets, and as much of a fight as we put up, there was just no instilling any sort of retaliatory attack against whatever came in. Don't know.
And
Go ahead.
when they left, they didn't seem to take anything, like, or you didn't see them take anything or steal anything. They just, their intent was just to destroy. Yes.
As far as I'm aware, once I got people into my abode and I saw the destruction that was being wrought, I hunkered down in protection of the people and the establishment as best as I could, placing wall of force around us and whatever other protections I was able to muster at the time, keeping it up until your arrival. So I was not, out sticking it out, watching what they were doing. I was in protection mode, seeing what was going on.
Mhm.
I hate to be the one to ask this, but clearly, due to my involvement, it is something in the back of my mind. But do you happen to know what happened to the royal family?
Unfortunately, I do not. You guys know I'm located a fair distance away, closer to the center of town. As I am a shop owner, I tend to normally think about the best placement for trading and selling. I know that when the major destruction by the large beasts happened, they focused on that side of town before anything else. So I have hopes, but I doubt. I have the same thoughts you do.
Yes, I saw the destruction. I went there myself. Barely anything left, really.
As you say this, Rita, we did send a regiment to search the areas that we searched as well after we found that old couple and those injured couples. And I know you guys went back and searched some more, but we did recover a few. How many was it? Six more individuals from that area of town, but I don't know. I've been here a couple times and never interacted with them. I have no idea if they're royal or just nobles. There's a hope.
Sure. I can speak with them once we are done. Perhaps we should inform Masalim of our troubles as well as our fights that we have previously had.
Rosalie is clearly not like mentally all there.
Of course, Rita pipes up and lets them know that almost the same thing happened, but given it was more chaotic in Estalia, as she informs them that the red minions intact. There weren't a third of the town wasn't like attacking the other 2/3 of the town. It was just the red minions that came in and tried to sweep up. But with the guard status that it was in Estalia, they were able to start fighting them back, and that's whenever the people started to turn at that point, almost like a reactionary thing to what was going on. And but they were able to fight them back, especially with the help of the temples and the more holy people that were there. They were able to fight back and contain their endeavor, especially since you four were down there dealing with the what is presumably the head honcho of this whole operation that transpired.
Yeah, I guess we would also tell them like we fought a demon, we fought a vampire.
Yep.
This is
Already
what
did.
people have been replaced by, you know, other people too, and like including my own parents, and then, you know, all the jazz about Estalia.
Can I look at the map?
Mhm.
I'm gonna go in below.
Climb
Just-
up on a chair just to kind of see over the table.
Yeah, and I'm gonna point at like the surrounding area of the thing and be like, while you guys were surveying, did you see any indication that they may have gone anywhere else, like Kiro or anywhere into the woods, by chance to the north?
I think sending
East,
forces
west?
to Kira would be a good idea if the two main cities here have already been attacked. Who's to
Mhm.
know what happened to Kira?
We have actually sent messages out to Kiro. We do not have any, or at least expendable magic users that can do that at the moment, but we have sent messengers in order to gain terms on what's transpiring there. As far as tracks or anything around the city, the minions seemed to appear just outside the city, maybe 50 or 60 feet. There's just
They
feet,
just appeared.
feet landing and then charging into the city. And the large beast appeared roughly the same way, but nothing leading
Magical
away
then.
into the woods. It would be a good assumption that whatever transpired here had backing by very powerful beings and very magical. That
Ina, do you have a way to contact your home? I know you're worried about them right now, and I think it is best if you try to get some sort of form of contact with them.
Well, is Baron here?
Baron is currently off helping with the injured
Yeah.
individuals, so he's here but
I
not
will-
with you.
Well, I'll kind of whisper to Rose and be like, there's no line of communication, like letters or whatever. Like, nobody knows where it is, so it's all like, if we wanted to send a message, it's like telepathy kind of
Yeah.
message.
Well, I guess I recommend that you do whatever you can to at least get in contact.
Yeah.
As for the survivors of Valnaarmn, I don't think this city is a safe place to keep them.
Asalin pops up. No, especially given what is currently still within the city. I don't think people would be able to live that way. Yeah.
Is Rosaline the highest power member in this tent right now?
You're actually not entirely sure because when you left Estalia, they said that the king and queen were giving up their seats for a quote unquote senate.
Correct.
If you go by rules of war, technically Rita is.
Rita is, because she's the general.
Yeah.
But you have
So-
heavy influence on her.
Well, Rose needs to check before she just starts giving orders. So she's just like mentally like just looking at Rita, trying to see who is the one giving orders right now. Should I?
Intimidation.
After hearing that it's the devilish details, I'm just gonna crisscross applesauce and we're gonna talk to Bahama Mama.
Okay,
Yeah.
so as all of this is transpiring, you watch as Scalefound kind of backs up, sits himself down against the side of the tent, and you can watch he closes his eyes, and you are familiar with this ritual at this point. They close and then they open, and they're just this like neon blue light that you're used to seeing. He goes into his little communicative trance. But we'll get
Rose
to that
just
in a second.
Gives a little tidbit and says, "Do not mind him. He's just contacting his god."
That man can talk to a god?
Yeah, the Rita is like not even paying attention to that. The lieutenants are all kind of looking at each other like, fuck is she talking about? But Rita, on the other hand, is kind of standing cross-armed, giving you a very inquisitive look. What are you thinking, Rose?
Truthfully, I think we should bring everyone back to Estalia. The more forces together, the better. Plus, we do have, I guess, resources to help the people. Truthfully, that is my opinion.
Of course, I wasn't gonna leave these people to find their own place. It will take a couple days, especially with the amount of injured that there are. We can make trips as needed to get the healthier people moving sooner and continue on with the injured people. Yeah.
Wait, so Asalim is a noble, right? He's part of lawmaking.
He's he's not a noble per se, but he's definitely high up there, being one of the more practiced magic users, arcane users. So he has influence there.
I would say Rose would turn to him and say,
at this moment, I believe you are essentially the leader of your people. So it's best to ask what you think is also best. And do you agree with our assistance? We don't want to throw you into something you believe is, well, dangerous for them.
What were you going to say, Ina?
I was just wondering, like, because we saw that the survivors from Estalia left. Like the refugees from Estalia left. Did we see any of their bodies? Like, or any of them?
You've only been there a short time, or at Estalia a short time. So
my beer drinking buddy. No.
It sounds mildly racist, but the Yuan-ti you know of all kind of look the same.
All right.
So you don't necessarily see anybody that looks familiar, especially with the shape that the bodies were in. But you also weren't looking for that initially, so you can try and look if you go visit the injured. But at this moment, none of them rang any bells.
but do you bring up the fact that Yuan-ti went missing? Because Rose isn't thinking about that, but if you bring it up, she will.
Yeah, I probably would have. I would have been like, did anyone come here? Like, did you see anyone come in? Like, because they left. And I was going to say originally, like, when you said that we have a place, we can house them. And I'm like, yeah, well, they're already all refugees there that, like, we already know the deal, how to get them. And then that's kind of what made me think about it.
Truthfully, yeah, Rose would, if you bring that up, Rose would be like, actually, yes, what happened to the refugees? She looks at Rita for this.
Rita turns to you. I don't know. I did notice the same thing that you did, that they were all gone, but I was a little caught up in fight or noticing where they would have gone or anything. The Aslam pipes up. During the second assault, where the red minions attacked, there were Yuan-ti fighting, but like I said, about a third of the town was fighting in the first place, so it's possible that they were part of the corrupted and made their way back, but cannot be for sure.
To be honest, I hate to say this, but that doesn't surprise me if that's the case.
But as for your question about what we think is best, unless one of the people you saved in the noble district is one of the royalty or some sort, I do believe I am the most qualified, he says very timidly.
What the hell you doing up there?
Partying. I'm living my life.
For these,
I just saw her in the background, just went zoop, and now she's on top of these cabinets. Okay, sorry about that.
But
I like the lights, by the way.
Thank you.
Qualified for these people, and I do agree that Estalia it will be the best place. It may take some coercing or understanding for some of these people, but for the most part, they are understanding of the situation, and given that people went through roughly the same thing, I feel a stronger community will be built with our two cities than what would have ever been built on the arrangement that nobles had presented before.
Rosaline says,
Not to, tug on my horn, but I do speak Yuan tea, so if you need me to say some words on Estalia's behalf, I'd be happy to do so.
That will be helpful, though probably give them some time. Let them recuperate a little bit. We will make our way, and then maybe once as they enter, you can speak with them then.
Yes.
Show that people native to Estalia do have compassion for the situation.
I guess it's best we go look at the nobles as well and see who is left.
Indeed, I'm curious myself, because as much as I love being in charge, not the greatest at it. So will your friend be okay?
He usually is.
You're just dying in there. That's the noise he makes.
Rosalie looks at the lieutenants and be like,
When he wakes, just let him know we went to go seek the wounded and he can contact me like he usually does.
Most certainly. Definitely won't fuck with him at all.
Oh, no.
Rose just smiles because truthfully she don't care.
This frost serpent starts peeling out of my mouth as the frost forms and starts wrapping tendrils around me.
You watch them and they're all very curious. You can hear a little roll a perception check for me real quick.
I think it's +8. Oh, yeah, newbies.
Oh, well, actually, Rosalind looks at Rita and goes, I expect you will watch over him too. More of like, do not let anybody like mess with him.
I
To
swear,
Rita.
I got a 21.
Okay.
How does this keep happening? Thank you, guys. I keep rolling 13s.
As they're staring at him weirdly, you watch one of them lean over to the other one and it's like, bet she falls over. 5 gold.
Start floating up.
You can't hear anything. You're in a trance. But you say this to Rita and she looks at you and gives you a nod like, yeah, they're not going to do anything.
Like, even though Rose was like, I don't care, truthfully, she's like, well, what if they try to steal? I don't know what they're like. I don't know who they are.
But you guys make your way off to the triage to go check on survivors. Scalefound, you go into your trance. It's black, and then flash of white light that you're used to, and Bahamut snakes her way up in front of you, curls, and sits before you. Yes.
I'm sure you saw what I saw.
Did?
These devils. Are they working for the breath?
Possibly. My sight only goes so far, and though I can see where they come from, what they are, sometimes the particularly powerful beings of those other planes have protection against us, and although we're gods, we're not omnipotent, so I believe they are working for someone of equal, comparable power. I cannot be for sure if it is the entity that you call the breath. I'll count that as
How
1.
Yeah. How important is the key? It's now lost.
That is a good question. It's not so much the importance of the key, but the importance of the location of the lock. It is troubling that you are no longer in control of it, but those locks are locks for a reason and are kept very hidden by some of the more powerful arcane practices in the world, as once they've been opened before. and your
Mhm.
people have learned that not a good thing for them to be opened.
Honestly, do my people need me in my place? Where is Drithla really correct on how bad it is there and how needed I am?
You can see a smirk come across her face. They do. Wouldn't say it's life or death, but it actually falls close to the path you're currently treading. So if need be, you wouldn't be too far strewn from it.
Interesting. That'll be all. Thank you.
Of course. It's always good to talk. The other gods are quite bleak, you know?
Yeah.
Shit on the gods. Let's go.
Well, it's rather costly of me to talk with you, though. So
I understand. I
if
understand.
you could make the next say week
Sure.
of nights really just not cloudy, or if you could have a chat with the weather dude up there, make it clear skies for a while so I can recoup, be very beneficial for me.
Oh, now what fun would that be? As she uncoils and snakes her way out of your view. You come back, your eyes shut, the bright blue light disappears, which only the lieutenants can see. You take a deep breath in and open your eyes, and there's one currently sitting on a chair directly across from you, like, I told you
Yeah,
he
I
wouldn't
see.
fall over.
I'll immediately play into it and sneeze, casting frostbath at the ground right there to have icicles stick up, and it'll launch me to my side and fall over.
Okay. um. So yeah, you come back to. He yells that, and you come back. And, and as you do, icicles kind of shoot up, and and you fall over on your side. Fuck! He gets up from the chair and walks over to the other guy, drops 5 gold in his hand.
I'll walk around and whisper in the guy that just got the gold tier. You're welcome for that.
He just kind of, you walk past, he kind of looks at you, you look back, he just gives you the thanks bro nod.
I'm assuming they told me that they're at the tent, so I'll make my way over to that specific tent.
Away downtown.
Megaboy!
Yeah, you're just supposed to do the but you guys make your way over to the triage while all of that was happening. Go ahead, roll, do an investigation check, just Rose, with advantage because Asalim, whatever I named him,
Asalim.
he's with you. Oh
Please
man.
let Lossalim be a noble. Come on.
I got a nat 20, so 21.
Okay.
Hell yeah.
As you're going through the survivors, Asalim recognizes a few, kind of pays his respects, and they're not dead, but he kneels down and kind of touches them. You can see he's having a moment. But you move over to a row of individuals that you can tell have a bit nicer clothes. They're scorched and torn and everything, but you can tell that before this happened, they were nicer. And you can see some of the nobles that you'd have met before on your journeys here. And laying in the middle of them that has a deep gash going from shoulder to lower rib cage. That's currently bandaged up. It's pretty well stopped bleeding, but they're still laying unconscious. Is the prince that you were eventually supposed to be fighting for.
Yay!
He's in rough
Do I-
shape, but he's there.
Okay. That's literally all I was searching for, to be honest, and you know that.
Yep.
Hubby!
Well, do I recognize him as the prince? I've never met him.
As soon as Scalefound finds a whiff that he's the prince, I'm murking him in his sleep.
Please
You-
don't. I made a whole character sheet.
You don't recognize. You recognize him as nobility, like higher up noble because of the clothing. But Asalim is with you, and he's like, "Oh, you haven't met him, but there is someone of higher state here than me. So,
Mhm.
Rose, let me introduce you to Prince Zaltis."
Yay, my boy.
All right, talk to yourself now, Noodle. Now you
Yeah, I have to literally. Is
He's
he awake?
unconscious. No,
Do
he's
I-
unconscious.
Oh, thank God. I don't want to talk to myself. I was wondering if you would make me talk to myself ever if Salty shows up.
Only the DM has to talk to themselves. You should know that. Come on.
No, truthfully, I was like, is he gonna make me talk to
Just wait till we make you go through a couples therapy session by yourself.
myself?
Zaltis always leaves his socks on the floor.
What are socks? I don't wear socks, honey.
That's the problem.
He's asleep, so she just immediately is like stuck still, like, oh fuck, that's the man I'm supposed to marry.
And he's hot.
And he's hot.
Smoking.
Subclass hot. Sub-race. No, that's right. I put race, UNT pure blood, sub-race, and I was like, what the
Hot.
fuck is a sub-race? Hot. Sweet.
So, well, at least I won't be leading these people forever. This is probably a
just-
good thing. I'm good at
I mostly
business,
wanna-
not good at leading.
I just wanted to make sure my backup character is still alive, truthfully. That is like my
She-
biggest concern.
She messaged me after last session. She's like, "So I have to make another character?" It's
Do
like-
I?
I was
have to
like,
make
no.
another?
Good. This is all planned out. It's fine.
Thank you. I was like, fine, good, because I made his sheet, and I'm so excited if I ever die to play him.
So, I believe you at this point, Scalefound walks in and sees you all gathered around one of the cots in there. But I believe I think we should leave these ones to rest. I think we should allow the healing to take hold as best as it can from what we can. But at least we know one of the leaders is still around.
Right. Yeah. Right. Yes. Rith. Mm-hmm.
Hey, did
Rose,
you?
are you okay,
I didn't
Rose?
roll.
You
But he's
did
also like
wrong.
a million years younger, isn't he?
He's 33.
I rolled a 15.
That's up to you.
Wait, what am
you
I
think
rolling?
That is. For hotness.
Up to you. That's
No,
fine.
but like-
yeah, you just roll the
is it-
dice.
That
I
means
know, but it was
top
meant to be easy, buddy.
75%. That means 75% out of the best.
Ew.
So that's probably hot. Sure, why not? Scalefound will do it, just out of like an intrinsic
Yeah.
bro comparison.
And he's a pure blood, isn't he?
He's pureblood.
Yeah, so he looks a
I
lot like
actually have-
Asalim.
I have a description in the. There's like a second tab there that has his like physical description.
Yeah, I don't know if they can see it though.
Got snake heads for nipples, like it's
It's
hot.
in the bio tab, and it kind of just goes off about.
Yeah,
what
I
it
just didn't
looks
want to.
like.
I just didn't want to pull it up. I was just making sure he's pure blood. So yeah, he's very similar to Asalim. Also throughout this, you've noticed that there are of the 70-ish people that you've saved, the survivors. Asalim and Zaltis are the only two purebloods that you've seen. The other ones have many more scales and more snake-like noses and eyes and things of that sort.
Are there
this-
any no legs but snake body ones?
There's a
Out
couple.
of curiosity. Okay.
It's almost like the opposite end. Like there's 3 or 4 of them, so like they're just as rare, but at least of these survivors. But you can tell the purebloods are definitely the very rare of the Yanti.
Rose, why are you speaking so nervously?
Nothing. No reason.
Yes, this is Prince Zaltis, the one that she was supposed to be in competition for.
Rose is immediately like trying to hide.
Scalebound
This
is
fucking guy?
looking through you. Like, this guy? Really? This guy?
You know, look in and be like.
I'll lean over to Ina and whisper, "Should we kill him?"
No, I know you like her, but you gotta. There's competition. There's part of the fun.
Ina, you do realize I'm going to be away for a while, and distance creates quite a barrier.
Am I hearing this bullshit? I'm
I'm
standing
whispering.
here.
Well, okay, I would have pulled Ina aside a distance, I would say.
Distance makes the heart grow fonder.
Even if you were right next to him, they're whispering, and you're so caught off guard by the entire moment that's happening right now, you have no idea what's going on.
Of the prince.
So, Salim, I guess you'll be the leader until the Highness, Your Highness,
Wakes up.
Rose, he's out cold. You don't have to be. Anyway, yes, I will take care of them for the time being, and I'm sure that your people will be as welcoming as the military and things have been, as we start making our way back towards Estalia. I'm sorry, I didn't catch either of your names looking at Ina and Scalefound now.
It does. Wait, what?
Oh, honest.
So sorry I didn't introduce you to my friends.
It's quite okay. We were under a bit of a stressful situation at the moment, so I wanted to thank you now, even given my past transgressions, but yes.
Hi, I'm Ina.
No?
Hello.
She did give her name before.
That's true.
Do you want all of my names?
Scalefound.
Yes?
You call me Scalefam. That's not really my name, though. So if you see me in a human form, I'm Kinrith. If you see me with this group, I guess they call me Scalebound. That's the name I was given until I found out who I am. And now my proper and true name is Ugin, descendant of Bahamut.
Ugin. Ooh.
Roll.
Is Ina really Ugin?
Roll a persuasion check for me real quick, because he's very skeptical of the Bahamut part.
He's literally a silver dragon.
But he's
that's a
number
good
one.
roll.
Dragons aren't a thing around here. Number two, he's a dragon born that he's never seen before. Number three, you don't know this about him, but he's not a very religious person. So saying Bahamut is like hands
25.
up. Okay. Well, I am not particularly religious, but thank you, Ugin. Ugin. Thank you, and I guess Bahamut. I don't know.
Literally, like my great grandmother. Like it's several lines up, but.
I imagined, given the descriptors of her state, and not to diminish yours, but she, from what I've heard, is very large. So, I do appreciate everything that you guys have done for us and me, and I hope that everything will continue to be just as excellent.
Oh, if he's the only royal alive, he's no longer prince.
King.
He's king.
Nice.
Sorry, I'm just over here like King Zaltis Valnaarmn.
Now you'll be queen. Bitch.
But I am afraid I'm quite tired, having expended most of my capabilities and have much to think on for the next few days. So I am going to retire to my tent, and I guess I shall see you all in Estalia. Gives a slight bow, turns and walks away.
I think I wanted to ask him something. He's walking away. She goes,
Oh, Asli,
Oh,
actually,
yes.
I was gonna ask, with your great magical talent, if you could assist me with something.
I have some
It's
abilities
nothing.
left.
Don't think
What
it's.
what do you need? I'll let you know if I can do it at the moment.
A lot of my magical items are failing to work, but only on me. I think something's wrong with me, and I was hoping. I know it's a stretch, and I know it's a little stupid, but I don't know if you have the capability of checking if something magically is wrong with me.
I personally do not have the certain divine abilities to discern if some person may have something wrong with them. However, I can possibly take a look at items and maybe see if there is a lingering, not so great magical purpose to them.
Sure, that would be great too. Actually, this is really weird. I'm not a scholar with magic.
she's like nervously rambling because she's like, nervous. But she goes,
I'm not a scholar of magical arts. Is it true there's like a magical, I guess, like capability in a person? Could you detect if that is inside me?
That it's true that there are certain individuals that are given a stronger aptitude for the arcane at birth.
There's a fireball in my hand.
Yeah, he kind of looks around you, your friend back there and his current state. Oh, speaking of, we need to talk about your yellow. Wait, was it him that you said you used to be yellow too? Yeah.
It was Skillfan.
At some point need to talk about that. I'm very intrigued by that. But your friend as such are given a special aptitude for the arcane arts. Given what I know about you, I would say you probably don't have that. No offense, but
I figured not, but maybe I have the opposite, as in I drain the magic from things, if that's a thing.
as far as I'm aware, and I'm a fairly studied arcane scholar, there is no such thing as a arcane siphon of a person, as it were.
What she is failing to describe is magic items go kaput with her over a certain duration of time. We haven't really established the reasoning for it, but we tested it earlier, and her magical items do work for me. It's her specifically that they won't work for anymore.
That sounds almost specifically like a curse. Usually curses are placed upon items, not people, so I can take a look at some things and perhaps discern, but usually things that are cursed are hard to discern.
Could you take a look at all my items then?
Do curses spread from item to item potentially?
Not necessarily spread, but some curses affect other items that are not cursed.
I will take the amulet off and hand it back to Rose. I don't want that on me. I don't want to touch it. I got too good of other stuff. I don't want these robes gone.
Oh.
But as far as looking
She's a
at
little hurt about that, actually. And she just kind of quietly puts it back on, visibly
Sorry.
a bit hurt.
as
Sorry.
far as investigating other items, he pulls a spell book out. Can do 3 for the time being. Tomorrow I could do more, but used quite a lot of my abilities today.
Well, I know which one I want to use first.
And she pulls out a sword and hands it to him.
Its name is Derek. It's a fiery sword.
You guys are gonna hate Derek even more for this.
Yes, I knew it! It's fucking Derek!
So,
You son of a bitch!
he takes the sword in his hand, grasps it and kind of runs his hands over it. You can see him muttering some words. His eyes flash a little bit. Turns his head. He lays it on the ground and goes into a little bit more in-depth of a ritual for this one. You're not familiar with the spell. Originally, he cast the Identify spell, which you guys are used to with Baron casting it on certain things. This one appears to be different in some sort. You're not entirely sure. The eyes go entirely white. Like the pupils are gone, the iris is gone. It's just a white eye. And he kind of sits there for a second, hands clasped in lap. Opens his eyes back up, much like Scalefound has done or Ugin has done before, but no blue. Comes back, looks at you. Well, you had a good idea on what was cursed, and it would appear that it's this one.
Oh, by the 9. She's like flustered.
Who are the 9?
I don't know. Who are the 9? I'm literally just saying phrases.
It's
We'll have a Skyrim phrase here.
would appear that whoever
Like a Skyrim phrase. I went into my medieval phrases, but like mind bank and just grabbed one.
It's
Skyrim.
Sweet. Well, pretend we're in Skyrim for a minute and let me be.
I go to kill Rose because she denies our Lord Talos by saying,
No. By the 9. It's by the 8.
Oh, it is 9, right? You're right.
Yeah.
By the 9 is Oblivion. I always thought it was 10 for some reason. You're right. You're right.
I'm right.
Wait, is
But
it? I swear it was.
as he opens his eyes back up and you can see he looks at you. Well, you had the right idea on which one it was. It would appear that whoever wields this magic item, every time the command word is spoke, it does ignite the flame of the blade, of which you're used to. However, it also draws magical energy from some other magical item on whomever wields it. And takes it in. Not sure. I've never encountered a enchantment like this before. If it will return for you, or if it is just lost on your being for the magical equipment. Very weird that it only takes it for you and not for anyone else, but it would appear that that is what has
To be
transpired.
honest, I'm the only one who wields. Derek.
Derek, you make me want to puke.
Well, on the bright side, I will let you know there is a way to remove the curse. However, like I said, I don't know if it will return your magic items to their original state. A simple banishment spell, which I do not have access to, allows curses to be removed from items such as this.
Would it remove the entire ability for it to be put in fire?
That ability normally remains, as far as I'm aware. Like I said, I do not have access to the banishment spell at the moment, and I usually don't, as I'm not mainly a combat mage. But from what I have read and understand, it generally only banishes the curse as they're technically a separate entity on the items that they are given to. And the enchantment remains. Usually dispel magic or things of that nature are stronger are used to remove enchantments things.
I apologize. I do not know if you are a wizard. I assume you are obviously very magical and a master of arcane arts, but do you have the ability to procure the banishment spell?
Porky as a DM doesn't actually know.
If
If
he's
Yeah,
a
he-
wizard, he should be able
He
to.
could.
I think so
Yeah.
too. I just want to make sure.
I believe Baron should be able
Yes,
to
they
get
do.
it eventually.
I do. You would definitely have to wait until tomorrow for me to do such a thing.
Of course,
But I know that many religious arcane users are divine magic users. They're not arcanes. But most religious people usually keep that on hand as entities that come from the enemies of the divine usually require some or are able to be banished back to their plane as opposed to death, which is against most of their.
I forgot to roll the classic.
Might want to keep that spell handy in the future.
I
What
will,
the devil is all about.
especially after this, I will definitely keep that in mind. Like I said, I'm not much of combat, but I'm sure there's a spell or two I could replace for a
Well,
time.
I don't want you to overwork yourself, so perhaps we could discuss it a little bit more tomorrow.
Of course, and sorry I can't be of any more help, but I'm glad at least you have some idea of what has been occurring.
Gods, you don't know how long this has been bothering me. You have just relieved a huge burden. It's been like a crushing weight. I thought something was wrong with me.
You'd think a Forge Cleric would be able to identify the issue with the weapon, but the Forge Cleric with us has not yet been.
So there's a difference between
we
weapons
never gave
and
him
magic.
Derek.
It's true also.
Oh, you never get. Oh, well, that's on you,
I wasn't aware it was Derek.
Also, there's a difference between magic and material weapons, so wouldn't necessarily put it, especially if they're not used to a cursed item, such as I've come across a few. Takes a little more to discern. A simple identify spell does not reveal such idiocracies of enchantments.
Well,
Do you mind sharing the name of the spell that does? Just out of curiosity.
Tell you what. Eventually, it's not one that I generally alert people of, as you have a business, you know. So we'll see. Maybe one
I'm so
day.
glad I asked Asalim. Asalim, you god! I rolled for him too. I got a 3. Sorry, Asalim.
Well, if it makes you comfortable, I'll be heading off not too long from now. I won't be any competition on this continent for you.
Well, come see me before you leave. I might be able to help you out. Also, did somebody draw a dead body next to the town
No.
as a
What is
Why?
that?
Why'd you do that?
Because it's a
Why?
dead tea.
It's a dead body in a tree, it looks like.
But if you'll excuse me, I would like to retire for the moment, as I have a people to lead now, for the time being.
course.
Anyway, Rose gives a half bow. Hugin,
She
Messina. Well, I don't know how your people say goodbye, but I will see you all when I see you all. He turns and walks away now.
Rest well.
You do.
Can we leave this tent, please?
Yes. Let's get out of here. It's pretty stuffy.
We've had all this conversation from the unconscious prince. She's not doing great.
True.
Yeah, he's unconscious. It's fine.
She wants out. Thank you.
You guys make your way out of the tent. There's now a snake next to you for some reason.
Yeah, he's
Hold
just he's
on,
mine.
hold on.
He's just vibing.
Oh,
Okay. But Baron has done his rounds and has expended his divine capabilities for the day. Hey guys.
Hello, Ben.
You guys did some good work, brought a lot of people out of there.
Thanks, Gamer. I hear you did good work too.
Oh, well, you know.
You look pretty tired, to be honest.
It was a lot of work. Took-
Personally, I think that we don't need to take turns over watch. I feel like there's a lot of souls here.
I agree. I think if we're gonna rest though, we shouldn't take up a bed. Let's let them have all the beds they need for the refugees, and we can have a little tent out, like old times.
course, yeah. I'm used to sleeping on the ground. I think we can do that.
I've gotten used to it in the past couple of months.
Better
I've
for
been
my
very
back.
happy with the bedroll.
You go.
We do have bedrolls.
Yeah. It's part of your
I
traveler's kit.
originally didn't. I just slept in the dirt for a while for like the first 2 years.
I'm gonna like set up a little pot, put some water in it, put a little nuts and seeds and pocket salt, and make a little soup.
So as you guys set up your camp and get your tents ready and bedrolls
Sounds
and
horrible.
things of that nature, Ina makes a interesting soup.
Salty nuts. There's no
I'll
vegetables.
go
no
look in the.
meat.
I'll
It's
look in the.
just salt and nuts.
I'll look in the field to find a gourd. Maybe I'll find a
Uh,
gourd.
Rosaline like pulls out like little like tea packets and is like taking the hot water before it. She puts shit in and makes tea.
As you're kind of looking over this soup, Ugin, and like, the fuck am I about to eat? Drithla comes up behind you and drops a.
We totally forgot about Drifla.
You didn't forget about her. She's been doing her own thing. She's also a dragonborn, a black one at that, which is, you know,
Badass.
yeah. But she also has a dragon with her, so she's been just kind of staying out of sight for the moment, as there's a lot of people and a lot of new people. You've set your tent up, your campsite up a little bit away from the main hubbub of the military encampment. And she comes up next to you and has a deer with her.
Hell yeah.
I would prefer not to eat that.
The same.
But I see you guys did some lovely work over there.
Would you like some tea?
I'll be okay.
You bitch!
Would you like
Ina
some
instantly
tree?
hates her.
Tree. Tea. She's like actually offering tea to everyone.
Is there Baron? Is there any ale?
No, I don't have ale on me.
Take some tea.
Got that bottle of wine, don't you?
I do have that bottle of wine.
Do you really want to taste it now, then?
I was about to say I don't think Rose does anymore. I think we used it for something.
Or Ina, don't you have that fun stuff still? A little bit left
No,
over?
we
didn't.
used it on your birthday.
I don't think. Did we take all of it? I thought we only did a shot. I thought we did mostly wine, and then all took a shot of the absinthe. Did we
I think you
polish
should. I
off
think you should still have about half a bottle left of the jalapeno
absinthe?
tequila. Oh, the absinthe.
Right,
Oh, yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, I think you still have about a half a bottle left of that. Baron goes digging through his bag. I don't have the wine. I'll have
We drank
tea.
the wine. We drank the wine when we found out about my father being a vampire.
Rose says, looking off to the distance.
Well, he wasn't a vampire, which is good news.
Who?
She just
you
drinks
born?
That
beer,
is
so-
true.
You're born a vampire? What? Because you said if you get bit, you die.
You get bit, you die. The way
If you-
vampires turn
if
other
you-
vampires, they drink someone until they die completely, and then they like wait for them to come back as a vampire spawn. And when they're a vampire spawn, they have to follow the vampire forever, like it's orders. And the vampire spawn, if the vampire decides to give their blood to the vampire spawn can then turn into a vampire.
My cat almost fell off the ottoman that he's laying on.
Oh, poor little bugger.
I think he was dreaming and he rolled. I just heard like claws dig into fabric, and I look over and he's like on the side of the ottoman.
Oh, no.
But anyway,
Which is why all vampires except the very first one are undead, technically. Because they
'Cause
all
they had to
died
die.
first.
Mm-hmm.
The
Well, I
first
will
one
not.
isn't undead, technically.
Though I don't know if it's in D&D 5e. I saw somewhere there's like a species called Damphir that's like half human, half vampire. But I
Interesting.
haven't seen a lot of it.
I think that's in D&D.
I saw something in D&D. I know it's in Pathfinder. I saw
There's a
something in
blood
D&D
hunter
about
thing
it.
that's vampire related, but that's Critical Role.
anyway,
Anyway.
I won't give my absinthe. I'm going
okay.
to leave it in my bag.
What? Oh, come on.
I'm sorry, it's just not a potting night. It just is not.
So you
Keep your
guys,
worries away, Knight.
Personally, would like to keep my wits right now. Thank you.
Yeah.
Speaking of keeping a wit, we gotta watch out for that fucker that keeps coming really silent when we're tenting out. Maybe we should get
I
a little
don't think
closer.
he has any interest in us anymore, you know.
God, it was annoying.
Are you talking about the crow?
I don't know, the thing that stole like from her backpack and cut our bag
Yeah,
open.
the one who took the key and what he needed. The guy.
Yeah,
We saw him teleport away from us. He's trying to
that
stay the
was
hell
him.
away. Yes.
You make the
Wait, what?
assumption.
Yeah.
We don't
Yeah.
100% know.
We're making like evidence-based assumptions.
You know that an
Okay.
arcane user broke in, stole what it was, and then you saw an arcane user with the key and teleported away.
Did we have to roll like 20s to be able to catch him? Because we all like rolled perception and didn't see him in the tent.
Well, the thing was, it didn't necessarily matter how high you rolled. It mattered how high he rolled, and he rolled very well for it.
Oh, all right.
So, and he was asleep, so he definitely had to roll real high for anything to happen. But,
All right, sorry.
but you guys make camp. Ina makes a nut stew.
Squash and nut stew.
Drithla cleans the deer and has some meat for people who don't want a squash and nut stew.
Get some sticks on the fire, around the fire, cooking the meat.
Rose is, quietly sipping stew, eating meat, quietly drinking tea. I think she's just trying to hold herself together right now because she's been doing it all day.
There's a lot. Yeah, it's been a lot. So is there anything you guys would like to do during dinner? If not, we'll just...
Yeah, maybe I'll do a minor illusion and do like some like really beautiful images to like get into everyone's mind before they sleep, so that it's not like thinking about what we've seen today. So
Okay,
it's just more calming scenery.
Trying to
Rose would like to
distract
cry
people.
it out.
Rose sets up her own tent.
Oh, do it? I thought we were all sharing one tent.
I don't know. I was just saying, for crying it out, she sets up her own tent. But
I think at this point she trusts you guys to not judge her for crying.
For sure.
She goes into another tent and starts on the emo music. Because tonight will be the night.
And I'm so sorry.
Tonight.
But before you all go to bed, Drithla pulls you to the side, Scalefab. I do know that this was quite a situation. However, we must be returning soon. I don't want to rush you, but we do need to get back. So I would like to leave, if not tomorrow night, the night after. So 2 days maximum that we can stay.
Understood. I'm hoping that we can get the group back into Astalia by then. There's something I want to do. But I want to make sure we're back in a safer space, more free of the bad thoughts around this area before I part ways with them.
Of course, I understand. Goodbyes must be said. I, however, am going to return to the camp that I made originally before I interacted. I just saw your flowers, and there's a snake.
Yeah.
And then sneaky me, there's purple on the cave entrance up there.
Because the crystals.
Gotcha. But I'm going to return to the camp that I originally made on the mountains.
That was a hot minute ago.
Mountains north of Astalia.
Well, my camp's a bit east. If you just head east from Astalia, you'll find a trail. Just follow that. You'll find me eventually.
If not, I'll, if you see firebolts being shot into the air, that's my signal for, hey, I can't fucking find you.
She chuckles to herself. You were always the lesser as far as tracking went, so.
Oh, thanks for that. I appreciate that.
You are welcome.
You know, you're one for word burns, but I could actually burn you, so let's...
I'd like to see you try. Until then,
oh boy.
I'll see you at the camp.
Farewell. Thank you for the deer, by the way.
Of course, enjoy. She grabs a hearty chunk of meat for herself and... You turn around to look at your crew, and by the time you turn back around, she Batmans and is just gone.
I'll just throw a firebolt randomly out there, wishing for the luck.
Roll to hit with disadvantage.
Wait, why?
He's throwing a fireball out.
Can I make it the weakest firebolt so it would only be 1 damage? Like it's like a little flick of ember.
You're throwing a firebolt.
Okay, all right. I have a lot to plus to hit, at least, I suppose. The DC here is probably unbelievably high. 23.
23. You shoot a firebolt and explodes on a tree, kind of wraps it with fire. 4 trees to the left, you see a little Drithla head pop out. It's me. Disappears back behind the tree, takes off. Yeah, and anything less of a natural 20, you weren't going to hit her. She rolled a natural 20 on her stealth roll, and she has plus a billion.
Wow.
She has a plus of like a ton for her stealth roll, so. But
I rolled a 12.
you all fall asleep for the night. Some of you with dark images in your head, some of you not. I actually had a plan for Baron before he messaged me yesterday. He's like, I'm not going to make it. I was like, cool.
Oh, I pray to Moradin before I go to sleep.
Okay. What do you say?
I'm really not used to doing this kind of thing. Please help me get through my tough times. And give me the strength to continue moving on and protecting those who deserve protection. And thank you for saving those, if you did. Anyone. Did you save anyone? I don't know. Maybe. Never mind. Amen. She doesn't know how to pray yet.
Flustered praying state, you do as Baron has instructed you. You're clasping the holy symbol of Moradin, kneeling, just kind of talking. You feel like to thin air. You get flustered and cut it off, and you open your eyes and kind of lean back, still holding onto the amulet. Turns slightly warm, the amulet does. Something's there. You're not entirely sure what. It kind of startles you for a second because it goes from like cold to just above like human, like your temperature, so you can tell that it's warm, but you get the feeling something's there. He heard you.
She feels a little bit comfort after she feels that and is able to lay in bed and try to sleep.
Easy enough to do. You all fall asleep, have a wonderful long rest, even though only mental damage was done today, but you're healed and everything like that.
Everyone healed 55 points of psychic damage.
Oh boy.
Yeah. I feel like that's a pretty decent place to end tonight. We may have started a little bit later, but as far as just role playing, getting back to Estalia.
Okay, that puts me in an awkward spot because I probably should have mentioned I had a plan made for when I leave Fork, and I think that if we go into that, it's going to make me literally be here for like the first hour of the session next go, and I would then just be gone.
I mean, it's all depending. She wants to leave within 2 days, so like you have 2 days to spend, and there's a mountain pass. So
yeah. Well, I always thought like we could just not role play me leaving Estalia to the mountain pass. So we could just say I leave from there, and then boom, it's done. Unless you wanted to role play more potentially with that, I don't know if you had situations planned. I had a plan with Noodle like at Estalia.
Does it have to take place right when you get there?
No, it was going to be the night I left. Like I was going to leave in the night to the mountain pass. Like I don't know if we could trek forward for that.
Okay, yeah, we can do that.
Estalia quickly.
Or we could find a way to talk to my family. I don't know.
You could certainly try.
Speaking of work, I want to talk to you about my family at some point.
Okay. So you all wake up. Sorry, my ear itches like crazy. Wake up in the morning to a bright early sun. There's a low mist that kind of filters in over the edge of the tree line. it's a little cooler this morning than you're used to, but you're also not used to sleeping in the woods. Well, Ina is, but the rest of you aren't.
I think we're probably used to it at this point. We've done it a lot.
Right.
Done it a couple times, not a lot. You usually stay at inns. Anyway,
Probably
been
fine
times
for
between
scale
ends.
found. That's probably fine for scale
now,
found.
now it is. Now that you're sober. Anyway, you all wake up. There's a low mist on the ground. Rose, roll a perception check for me real quick.
Oh no, it me.
Oh
Receive
no, it you.
He already banished the sword for you.
Oh,
yeah.
I did advantage. Sorry, I didn't realize I had checked advantage.
Reroll.
Earlier.
Just reroll one.
Reroll. Okay. Reroll. Gotta
Reroll.
do a reroll. Okay, that's a 13.
You wake up.
Shit.
You stretch. Put your arms out in front of you. There's an extra ring on your finger.
Sir?
What? Which finger? That's important.
It's on one that it's on one that doesn't already have a ring on it. It's not the ring finger. You're not married suddenly.
Okay.
no, it's nothing like that.
Like that highly complicates things.
No, it's nothing like that.
I don't remember the wedding.
But you see it, and I mean, it's a very simple gold band. But there's
this one would have it. The ring finger on the right would have a finger, and she would have one on the pointer finger on the left, but no ring finger for the marriage. It's up to you where you put the ring.
It's on the index finger that didn't have the ring on it, whichever one that was.
It's the right hand.
There you go. So your right index finger, you look, it's a simple gold band, but then it has a very deep, like deeper than amethyst purple gem on it that has a blackish blue cloud that's just slowly, almost like clouds being blown over the sky, just kind of shifts and moves through the stone.
Is anyone awake?
You're all kind of awake at this point.
Did you guys put this on my hand? Is there a reason for this? I am so confused. I don't just usually wake up with a random piece of jewelry on my fingers.
No.
Do I can I recognize it?
Do I
like a
have
spell,
any?
a little secret of the.
Do you have
You guys have jewelry on your hands?
Do you have the identify spell, Brandy?
No.
But
Then
Baron
no.
does.
Baron does. Does he have it on him?
I'm just gonna go with what his current spell list is, so we'll see if he has it on.
Technically, it's a new morning, so he could have picked.
He could have, but I'm not gonna change spells. So, but he does have it on there, so he has it.
Baron, do you
Sorry.
mind?
Baron,
Do you mind looking at this?
Why is everybody up so early?
I have a ring on my finger that I didn't have the night before. Also, it's quite pretty, actually, but I'm still confused.
Yeah.
Why is this on it? But ooh.
Bring it here. Is there any deer left?
Oh yes, here you go.
Bring me that too. So he
I
sits
just
down.
hand my hand to him like a noble lady, like, ooh.
You might want to take it off. It takes like 10 minutes to do this without using a slot. So
Oh, right. Sorry.
She tries to take it off. Can she?
She can't.
Yeah.
She can't.
comes off.
Oh. Damn it! I was hoping for it to be.
And he sets it down in front and begins setting his ritual up. Ina, go ahead and roll a perception check for me. Begins setting up his ritual. He's got a piece of deer meat just like hanging out of his mouth. His eyes are like half closed.
It's like those anime tropes of like people running out, going to school with a toast in their mouth. It's him.
What'd you roll, Ina?
10.
10? Okay. Don't notice anything yet.
Right.
Baron sits down and ritually casts Identify through or on the ring, and comes back with. He is wide awake now. Yeah, this is a lot.
What do you mean it's a lot? What the fuck did I just randomly wake up to?
This is it's a ring.
Let me grab ring.
The Ring of Wishes.
What?
The, what?
Um.
What?
based on the spell, it has 1 use left on it. So
what the
yes.
fuck?
You have 1 wish spell at your disposal.
Did fucking Moradin just like forge one up for her? What
Here's
the?
a ring of wishes. You're welcome.
What the fuck?
Scalefound, roll a perception check for me.
And that's a real, like, you don't have to roll anything? You just make a wish?
It's like the strongest spell in the
There's
whole game.
limitations. Well, there's technically no limitations on the spell, but if you go outside the bounds of like what it gives as examples, the DM basically gets the genie trick to fuck
Yeah,
with
so
you.
like if somebody's like, I wish I was the richest person on earth, the genie kills everybody else on earth, so now you're the richest person on earth.
Yeah.
16.
16. As you're getting up and hearing the exclaiming of all of this, you put your hand down to stand up, and there's a piece of parchment stuck like under the bedroll of your tent.
Fuck. Start looking and reading, or
It's in Draconic for you.
oh, lovely.
And all it says is, "Hope she enjoys her gift."
It's from the boyfriend!
Or Drifla.
That's from Drifla.
Yeah, it's not Yanti. It's Draconic. It's what you're reading is Draconic, and it says, "I hope she enjoys her gift."
Actually, Zeltis can speak Draconic. Anyways.
Yes, but it's not Yanti like what you were writing earlier.
Maybe it's my gift now, you know? I'm just like still.
Drifla gave me a ring of wishes as a. Oh, yeah. Sorry, honey. That sucks.
Dang.
Is it? I wouldn't know Drifla's handwriting. Maybe I would from prior memories.
Roll an intelligence check.
11.
How did someone
You
just
recognize
slip a
it.
ring on my finger?
She rolled a
no,
nat
she's-
20 on her stealth.
You can't. She's probably got like a plus 15 to her stealth or something obscene.
I know she's proficient in it, so she gets a proficiency bonus. Yeah, she gets advantage plus 8 and then plus her proficiency bonus, so plus 5, so plus 13 plus advantage on a natural 20.
33. She might also have the thing to where she can't literally go below 10 potential.
But anyway,
I have no clue what to do with the ring of wishes. No joke. I've never had this.
Don't use it yet.
Well, does Rose now know? She.
you you all would know about this. Like you would all know about this spell.
Question, Fork.
Yes.
This is more of a DM play style question. Are you going to be that guy where if she just says, "Oh, I wish I had this," that the ring activates, or does it have to be like?
No, you have to focus on the ring to activate it.
Okay, all right. I'm just making sure you're not going to be the "I got you slipping."
no.
Kind. Okay.
Well, Rose doesn't know that, so she'll probably wear it as like a necklace or something. Like she doesn't want to fuck with it because that's too valuable.
All you have to say is,
Fucking
man, I wish I had a tomato sandwich right now, and it's gone.
But anyway, you all gather for this moment at this point. Skelvan, you can do it you wish with the note that you found, but
do you tell me who it's from? Because Rose is just confused why she suddenly has a ring.
Okay. What happened, Rose?
Oh, I found a ring on my finger. It's very pretty, and it turns out to be a ring of wishes. One wish, but still a wish.
So I think that's a gift from a friend.
From a friend?
My friend.
Oh, did Drifla give me this?
She left me a note that says, "I hope she enjoys her gift."
God, she's way too kind. I don't know how I could ever repay her for such kindness.
Puke on her!
I guess I did kind of try to protect her once or twice.
I'm like, I have this fucking problem now. Wherever I hate somebody in a show,
Well, now I'm
like,
a little hurt
"Oh,
that she
God."
didn't leave me the ring. But well, oh well. I'll
You're
give her
gonna-
shit for it later. Be careful with that, Rose. That's all I'll say.
Gosh, I don't know what I would use this for. I don't know the extent that I could use this for.
I wish for
think I'll-
world peace.
That's way too strong. That would literally kill the planet.
True.
Like, actually,
Okay,
probably be world peace. Everyone dies.
I think I'll just wear this on my neck for now, so I don't have any accidental chance of activating it.
And she like wears it.
I honestly would advise, until you know what to use it for, you do not keep it on you.
But where would I keep it? No offense, it's not like I
my-
keep it in a bag of holding.
No, a safe in your house or something. Like, we don't want that stolen.
Maybe I shouldn't keep it on my person because I do have Derek on me.
Well, we don't know. I do know of a place that nobody else knows where it is. To be fair.
That's a bit of a detour, you know.
That's true. You're right.
Fork
We
looks
need to
like
see
he
some
wants
of
to
these
say
people.
something.
No,
I don't know.
honestly, I was just like resting my hand, like my face on my hand. Like I wasn't thinking about any. I
do
was
need
thinking
to
about
make her-
something. But
So, Drithla did give me a timeline to meet up with her for us to depart. It is
Mhm.
things are getting a little more urgent back in my homeland, apparently.
I-
Hmm.
See.
Rosaline looks off to the side.
I would like for us to make it to Estalia before I have to say goodbyes.
Well, I guess we should speak to the general and see what the movement will be like.
Guard the first caravan on the way up.
before you make your way to do that or anything, Baron, do you tell Baron about Derek?
Oh yes.
Okay.
I mean, I figured I would, but in my head I was kind of waiting for actually
That's-
Panties, because like I know Panties really wants to know, so I
Hmm.
would tell Baron, but Panties also needs to be told too. I'd tell Baron.
Almost be really funny to just not have him here for it. Oh, great. There's panties. Can't do anything again. we can wait for it though.
Yeah, like
You
I,
know
know
about
not
the
to
person
activate it
still.
at this point, so
yeah, but I mean, I still think she would tell Baron like in person, like a character would, but like Panties needs to be told too.
yeah. Ugh. We'll wait for
So
him.
yes,
It's fine.
she told Baron, but we don't have to roleplay that.
Oh, I didn't choose banishment today. Oh no. But
She actually would probably like keep Derek like not on her person.
gotcha.
On a tune, maybe. I don't know how that would work.
I don't think you have to attune with him.
No, not with
Mm.
him. I don't even think in the book he's attuned. I think it's just a regular flaming longsword. Anyway, while y'all packing up your camp in the morning, Rose, roll another perception. Ina, roll another one.
13.
13.
Okay. As you guys are both packing up your tents, you also find notes left under your, or near it. Rose, it's under your like tucked into your bedroll, so you can just see the corner peeking out. Ina, yours is actually a small wooden box set off to the side of your sleeping area.
She left
Let's
gifts
hold
for
this then.
everyone but me. Nice.
You're living with her, shithead.
That's fine. I know that. I'm just joking. I want to know what Baron got now.
Ina, you open yours, and inside is a piece of parchment that's kind of like folded over the top of something. You pick it up, and then inside is a small carved wooden toad, but it's very intricately carved. It's just got little spots that are kind of dug into the back. It's a little little webbed feet are detailed. It's got eyes that are like looking up, so it's got that like, puppy dog looking face on the toad. And
Hello. I go,
the note says, I can tell you're not one for necessarily money or material possessions, but on our travels, I figured you'd enjoy this more than anything. We'll meet again, I'm sure of it, but until then, you can use this.
I want to get like twine and like kind of whip, whip, and like wrap it around it just a little bit to hold it, and then put it on my belt loop.
But
Easy
you
enough to
might
do.
want to get it checked. Like, you don't know what it does, if it does anything.
True. Ben?
Ina might not even care though. Like,
Yeah,
it's just a cute wooden
I just
toy.
like toys.
Rose, your note has a simple, I don't remember how many lines, but you're going to make a great leader, but in the times most dire, if you need it, use this.
Yeah. Rosalina's touched. So sweet.
I can find something, but you'll have to wait till next time to find out.
Yeah. It's a note going, Baird, I'm also in love with you. Bye.
Here's a drawing of my
Baird,
feet.
Baird,
Oh shit!
she goes, Baird, I'm secretly Elizabeth, actually, this whole time. We haven't seen Elizabeth at all.
But
I want this to be true. It's my head canon now.
finding these, you finish packing up your camp and return to the military encampment, where they are currently loading up survivors onto carts as comfortably as possible for the long trek back to Estalia. You speak to Rita, who informs you that there's only one caravan per day, as they need to keep people around to care and like do things. So the last day is when the more higher ups are leaving. They're sending a lieutenant with each thing, but with you guys, if you're going with the first one, they'll send you, and the soldiers that are going will know to follow your guys' lead. Asalim is also with the first group to leave, as they want him there as a leader for whenever people arrive and are being situated. So he is traveling with you as well. This will all be on foot, as the horses are being used to cater to the injured people. So it'll take a little bit to get up there. Traveling with injured people, it takes basically a full day. So from morning until just before when you like, it'll take a full day to get there. So sake of bereavement, you guys travel. I'll say you don't take a point of exhaustion. It's not a hard travel. You're moving fairly slowly to accommodate the injured people. And you get to the gates of Estalia basically at the break of dawn the next day. You're wore out. It's exhausting, but you're no worse for the wear than you've ever been before. As you enter the city, they have already sent word and have preparations for places for people to stay, non-destroyed houses and housing that people can reside in, and food and provisions are provided for those refugees, actual refugees of something terrible coming into the city now. You guys enter, and
I wonder how my parents are doing.
True.
Zagud is actually the one who greets you. He's kind of on a crutch, one leg's bundled up real tightly as he's watching people come in. There are guards there, but just for general purposes of, town guard. Yes. Hello. Welcome back. You guys made quite good time, considering when we got word.
We tried our best. Thank you for the warm welcomes.
Well, we will definitely take care of these people. I'm sure you are exhausted and go get some rest. Your parents are actually at their home right now, too.
Good. God, I was worried about them.
Your father a little worse for wear, still recovering, but mother seems to be dealing okay, so perhaps be good to see you again.
I agree.
Kind of hobbles off with a couple guards to his side to start instructing people on where to go, what houses are best for people, and leaves you guys to your own devices.
I have a question. If
Yes.
Scalefound leaves, if Scalefound leaves today, is he not going to be here for the next session?
I got to look into that because he brought that up before you entered the chat today. He was like, so basically you're going to have brandy and nudes for a session or two. And I was like, that's a good point. So I got to think about how I'm going to do that. I'll let you guys know for sure what's going to happen, but I don't know right now.
No, that's fair. I was just curious because I was thinking like it would just be me and Brandy
Yeah.
just role playing back and forth.
Which honestly could be fantastic.
It could be. We do go on chaotic bullshit all the time.
Crack that absinthe.
I mean, when we get there, I'm assuming we're sleeping because we're exhausted. And then we
I
wake
say hello
up.
to my parents. Make sure they're okay.
You go to the Capthorne house where the only person up is Elizabeth. Currently.
Okay, well, there goes my headcanon.
Currently tidying, still cleaning from the destruction that has happened before. Fixing the floors and cleaning up that mess that was left in here. After it was torn up by an earth elemental. But you enter. Hello, Rose. Sorry, it's still a mess in here. I'm trying my best.
Trust me, this looks wonderful right
now. I'm glad to hear. Can I get you and your friends some food? Baron's like, yes, and ale. Of course. Anything for the rest of you?
I could maybe use some hot water for a bath.
Of course, we can arrange that.
I think I'd also like an ale. No, wine.
Of course.
Blanket.
The rooms have been remade and cleaned up and ready to go.
I promise I'll need another blanket.
Okay, I will bring one post haste. Also, I've been doing my best, but your dog doesn't like me. It's currently in your room. So yes.
You've been throwing it food at least, right?
Yes, I have been feeding. It just doesn't obey my commands, so it's kind of just been in there. Warning.
I'll go chat with him. Don't worry.
Okay, please take him with you. Sorry, I didn't mean it like that.
I mean, I actually am leaving relatively soon.
Oh.
So yes, I will be taking him with me.
Okay, understood. But I'll get your
Don't feel
food.
bad for saying that, by the way. I don't want you feel like oh no.
Oh yeah, I
said
didn't.
That's important. I mean, don't think that.
It sounded like I wanted you as a person to leave, but I just meant next time you go doing what you're doing, please take him with you. But I'll prepare your food and drinks and bring them up momentarily. Rose, your parents are in their room if you'd like to go see them.
We don't have to roleplay it, but Rose would.
Okay. Rose goes and sees her parents. It's a very heartfelt moment. The rest of you retire to your room. You can hear the crying upstairs. You retire to your rooms. Baron has a nice, healthy plate of food and a few tankards of ale before falling asleep. Go ahead.
So I was gonna, because Rose is doing that, I'm assuming Ina and Baron pass out first. So when I awake, I would go to them, knock on Ina's door.
Mm-hmm. Ina, as you're just about to fall asleep, you're.
Oh, I meant after they slept, so it's like evening.
Oh, okay.
Dusk.
Gotcha. Gotcha. You guys all fall asleep in the middle of the day. It is dark outside when you wake up, but you hear a knock at your door.
Hello.
Hey, Ina.
Oh, come in. It's my morning voice. Don't be scared.
I'll bring my dog with me. Let's say we calmed him down and I filled him in on the details of why he couldn't come.
As those two enter the room, it drops by about 15 degrees Fahrenheit, not Celsius.
I don't know.
Not
So it'd be like,
five.
5 to 7 degrees Celsius.
Well, Ina, I'm about to hit the road.
What?
I was gonna. Well, I told you Driffla had a timeline for me, and I just wanted to say my goodbyes to each
I thought you
person
said
individually.
2 days. I wouldn't have had to fucking drink with you, mate.
Well, it's the one day of travel, and she wants to leave at the.
No, mate.
Yeah, I'll grab a wine that I had and pour a cup.
All right, we'll drink
Cheers.
it. Gulp. In one go.
There we go. So I just wanted to say my goodbyes one-on-one. I might need a task for you on my way out.
Shoot.
Distract Ban. Not right now, just after I say goodbye to Ban. You're the first I'm saying goodbye to.
For what reason?
I have a plan with Rose.
Oh, a little love plan. Okay.
Okay, Ina, calm down. Ina,
All
calm down.
right.
Calm down, Ina.
Well, I want to give you this.
Anyhow.
I know it's only half, but absinthe. That's yours.
Oh.
Road. Maybe
I
it'll make
would
the
not.
night a little more interesting.
It's not that kind of plan.
What?
It's different. I appreciate it. Do you want me to? I mean, I will take it and party with some, I guess, old friends that I don't remember.
Yeah, give it to Driffla. Tell her I said thanks for the ruggy.
Okay, will do. Put it in my bag. Also, gold doesn't go very far where I'm from.
What does what?
Gold doesn't go very far where I'm from what Driffla has told me. So I'll keep a bit, but I'd like to share what I still have.
Right.
So I will hand Ina. Oh God, I'm giving Ina gold. I will give Ina 2,500 gold.
2,500 gold in my pocket. Are you sure? Like, what if you need something?
I'm keeping a decent amount on myself. Don't worry.
You can give me 2,000 gold and just have a decent amount.
You guys got a ton of gold lately.
I have literally been sitting on my money so much.
It says, why does giving her money scare me?
Rose won't take my gold, so share that with her. I know Rose won't take gold from me, so feel free to.
You never asked, but yeah.
But
Rose would not take gold from me, so
I will
share that accordingly. Any parting advice from a sweet old woman? Fair enough.
That came from Baron's room.
Well, I don't know. I guess just remember to write to us.
I mean, I'm keeping the stone.
You are?
I plan on it. I mean, do y'all want it back?
No.
Okay. I mean, I helped buy the things for the group. I thought I could keep a stone.
Does it work around anywhere? Like,
yeah, as long as you're on the same plane of existence, yes.
All right.
If you ever want to talk to Scale Found, you just ask
you're gonna
Rose.
fuck with me in the future and make me go switch back into Scale Found voice.
You don't have to answer.
I'm sorry, we have to ask our friend Scale Found for his advice.
One thing I will say, Scale Found, it's don't eat everything that runs past you because they can be good friends and very helpful and share information. So maybe don't squish a squirrel for no reason. Okay?
I mean, I don't kill for hunt. I just kill to eat. But okay.
Yeah, I know, but I'm just saying. Sometimes it
Also,
can be.
from what I know, most of the things where I'll be won't be small like squirrels. If it's the Arctic, like Dritla has informed me. Big
That I
things.
just learned last week.
That I just learned last week, yeah. So it's more fair game, like they're trying to eat me, so I have to kill them and then eat them potentially. Like it's a eat or be eaten thing, maybe. I don't know. It sounds fun to me, but
Yes, Rose.
Can we retcon that I got my red scale back from the kid?
Oh yeah, that's fine.
I'm back. Thanks.
all right. With that, I'll give a nice long hug to Ina, however long she needs the hug. And then I will, I guess, let my puppy say goodbye. You want to say anything, bud?
Woof.
He speaks common.
I know.
I did always enjoy your company. Thank you for being nice to me.
He sounds like a bar hooligan.
You're damn right he does. That's the whole vibe I want.
Hey, mate. This is for you, mate. Kink. I'm gonna break my old staff in half, my quarter staff, where like the guy bit, like it's weak there. So
Okay.
kink, bink, a little stick to play with.
Fetching stick.
Yeah.
I reckon we can have some fun with this, but thanks again. And gives a big old lick up your face.
He is going to ask for that constantly.
Okay,
You're damn right I am.
Give that here. I'll put it in the bag.
Oh, I have something for you. Don't lose it. It is important.
The staff?
Some pocket salt. Keep it in your pocket. At least a little bit at all times.
I'll put it in the robe, like there's an inner robe pocket of the really fancy robe I have, and I'll put the salt in there. There. I will ruin my garment for you.
Good.
One pat on the head, and then I'll leave the room.
Okay.
Wait. Can you break my head one last time?
We'll say we did that while we were chatting.
There you go.
Okay. Now my hair's up, and I'm gonna leave it like that for as long as I can.
Okay.
All right, I'll head to Bairn.
Yeah.
I'm about to head out. I'm saying individual goodbyes instead of one group. That way y'all can have an emotional morning without me.
Oh. All right. You can come in. You can come in.
Oh, I already had. I don't think you're fully awake.
Sorry, sometimes the hair does the thing,
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
Well, keep the group in line as you've always done.
I'll try.
I'll be less of a bother. I'll be less of an influence on Ina.
That's definitely a thing. I think she was more of an influence on all of us, but
that's fair.
You're damn right.
But I'm glad you found your way to not a devil. Bahamut's, in line with Moradin, so that's pretty cool.
Possibly better in your eyes. Yeah, that's fair. Fair to say.
True, and I can scry on you, so I can just fucking I'll look at you anytime. So
that's fair. I'll keep the sending stone too.
You should give a biological matter, so it's always easy.
Yeah, could I have some hair?
You have hair?
You're fucking Dragonborn. You don't have hair. Can I have a scale?
A scale?
You want a scale of mine?
Yeah, make it easier so I can see you more.
Well, I'll whack my tail on the bed to like knock off one of the ones that was shedding, I suppose.
Okay, a couple scales fell off. Sick. All right.
That's a little odd. That's like asking someone for their skin.
Well, I just want to make sure you're not with the demon again,
mean, well, you know what? You might not have to scry. Maybe the scales will turn yellow.
That's a good point.
That's a maybe not. I don't know. Maybe they have to be connected to me, but that would be pretty cool.
I'm still gonna
I mean, it would
scry.
not be cool if I turned yellow, but it would be pretty cool if the scales just changed color, even if I'm not, you know.
True, but
Alright.
it was nice to fight with you. Yeah. So good luck.
Sorry, it's so funny
I'm
that
gonna. This is
you're
pretty
leaving and
accurate.
Panties isn't here.
I
This
know.
feels pretty accurate to what panties would do, honestly.
Does Mido have the egg? Where's the egg?
The dragon
It's
has
with the
egg.
dragon. The dragon that we met in the
Okay,
mountain.
yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay.
The golden
I was just like,
dragon.
where the fuck did that? Okay.
Grass.
Check on
Grass dragon, sorry.
I could do that myself, Ben. You might want to scry on that and give me an update through the stone one day, though.
On what?
Sorry, voices in my head were speaking.
I get
I'm
that a lot.
The dragon egg.
Oh, I can certainly try, but he seemed to be an old dragon, so
he might honestly have that warded and not allow you to see.
yeah. But I can try. So
Yeah, let me know if you do, and if y'all visit him, let me know.
True.
Also, where I'm from, gold isn't that helpful, so I'm leaving y'all with some gifts.
How much money did you have?
He had a
Don't
lot.
worry about it. Don't worry about it. I will give Baron 2,000 gold.
Give me more.
You're sharing with Rose, though.
Am I?
It's the last moral test of Scale Found.
All right. I made a note to let him know next time he's here.
I literally only have 400 gold on my person.
Whoa. Oh shit! Dang.
But I also have the Capthorn house.
I'll do something good with it. Like maybe
Use it
some
for whatever y'all's needs are.
new shoes.
That's a bit ridiculous to spend that much on shoes.
Well, I'm not going to spend all of it on the shoes, but I could use it.
Fair enough. Take Elizabeth out on a nice date.
Okay.
Anyway, do you want a hug on the way out, or like you just want a fist bump?
Yeah. And he like goes in for the bro like forearm shake, but then also kind of a hug. You kind of
it's the
awkwardly hit shoulder to his shoulder hits your stomach. It's
He's also literally like 3 feet shorter than me, so this is even more awkward.
All right, yeah, that was good. I'm gonna bless something now. Okay.
I will walk out of the room.
And I will walk in because I'm distracting Baron now.
Okay. Baron is
Let's
like
go shopping.
He's got
so nefarious when you're like, yeah, you need to distract Baron. I'm over here like, what?
He's got his plate mail on the ground. He's like looking at it real intense, like blessing and stuff like that. And he's just like, oh, yep, that wasn't awkward at all. Oh, hey, Ina.
Anyway, so I'll awkwardly stand by Rose's door for like a few minutes.
I'm crying at my parents.
This is
you
after
went back up to your bedroom.
This is after you've gone to sleep, after you've cried it out with your parents and everything and slept.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
I thought I was still at my parents.
No. This is after everybody slept. Yeah.
Okay. She's out.
Yeah, so you would be the last one sleeping. How do I want to do this?
You didn't kill anything. Why are you asking that question?
No, man. I will knock on her. I'll tell Jayu, just follow. Yeah. I'll tell you where to stay. Just stay somewhere when I tell you to stay, please, Jayu.
All right, I can do that.
Just follow for now. Anyway. Knock on the door, Rose.
Am I awake?
Roll a perception check.
Okay. I had wine too. Oh, that's a nat 20. I hear everything.
It's like when you sleep real hard and you're like on a weekend, so you want to oversleep, but you accidentally forget to not set your alarm, and your alarm goes off at 6 a.m. and you're like, fuck. What was that?
Shit! I'm awake. What? Hello?
Rose, do you have a moment?
Let me get decent right quick. Yeah, okay.
Hear some shuffling every now and then. There's a thud of something hitting the ground. You're not sure what. And she
did
comes to the
drink
door.
wine. Wait, am I drugged? That's a question.
You're not drunk, but
No,
you're kind of
probably
groggy because you drank and then you got woken up in the middle of your sleep. But
Right.
but you come to the door and he's standing there, dog by his side. A little bit chilly at first, but
Is there something you need me for?
You mind going on a walk with me real quick?
Sure. I'll go with you.
Right, so I'll walk, lead her, just conversate, like make small talk with like past times that were pretty funny. Oh, remember when we tried to do the food thing and like memory
Yeah,
lane,
that
little
never-
fun time.
Yeah, that never came into fruition. I still have the notes.
So small talk through those kind of things on the way to the lake in the city where it's nice. I'm hoping it's a clear night out.
well, let's
Set the
change
map.
change up the map here.
Is that why you asked specifically?
Wait, what? Why I asked?
Did you
specific-
Baphomet?
To make the weather nice.
Make the weather nice.
Oh, you
No.
move to the lake that's just outside the house. I mean, it's a walk, but it's nothing terrible. It's not like you're walking across the city. It's a quiet night. Moon is out. Stars are out. There's a few clouds every now and then that kind of shift around, but
I'll say that blanket I asked for Elizabeth before, when everyone was napping and doing their thing, I had already set up and laid.
I'll allow it. So you come to the edge of this lake that you are very aware of, having grown up in this city. There's a blanket laid out on
Me?
one.
Okay.
Yeah, there's a blanket laid out on one side of it, outside of the tree line, so that the moonlight does hit it. It's you can see out here. It's not like pitch black or anything like that.
Do I recognize the blanket as one from my home?
Yes, you do.
Oh, I wonder why there's a blanket out there. I guess Elizabeth left that.
Jiao at this point was sitting by the porch,
Okay.
just secretly stayed back.
It got mysteriously warmer as you got about 20 feet away from the house.
Did someone pee?
It's so odd to say. Yeah, let's have a sit.
Huh?
Have a sit. I have the blanket out here.
Oh,
She looks a little like confused, uncomfortable, but takes a sit.
So, I already said my goodbyes to Ina and Bam.
oh, that. You're leaving tonight?
Yeah.
Oh. Gods, I didn't even give you a gift to say goodbye.
Gods, she's like going through her head trying to figure out what she could like give you to you.
I wonder what it's gonna be. Or what is Brandy about to type?
Nothing.
Anyhow, so yeah, I just wanted to. I was taking a moment for everyone individually instead of one big group.
How did Ina take it?
You can hear the crying from the window.
She was a crying mess, but I gave her a plan to entertain herself with for a bit.
You two seem pretty close.
I remember that time. I can't remember. Actually. I'm trying to think of a little.
Me and Ina
It's-
have gotten along quite
It's
well.
okay. Ina.
wouldn't have put the cattail on you if I wasn't with him. It was just so funny. We were having a laugh together.
It was, yeah, it was very, very funny.
That was so long ago, like first or second or third session.
Yeah. I don't know. Well, me and Ina got along a lot, and we clashed a little, but me and you, I think, had the most unique relationship in this group.
Yeah, I would agree to that. I feel like I was a little mean to you. Sorry.
I would say fiery spirited, not mean. You have your passions.
That
Stood
is
by your
part of
code.
me.
That is true.
This makes this that much more awkward to say, and I guess I've always been a bit of an ass back.
Oh, 100%.
She just looks at you like,
Sometimes
duh, yes,
that's fair.
100%.
But some of them were fun to play up in front of Ben and Ina, and others when really it was like, we're at good terms. Others were not good terms, and we were really at each other's throats.
Yeah. I'm glad you chose Bahamut rather than the devils or demon or whatever it was. Truthfully,
too.
I really am grateful that you made such a
And
sacrifice, I guess.
I'm rather glad I don't have to be, and at this moment I'll cast Disguise Self on myself and become Kinrith.
Right, I kind of forgot about that.
She says.
It's been a while.
Yeah, it's been a bit since I've been in this. Now I can do it on my own. I don't have to have a necklace, although it's a little costly to do this, so I don't waste it often. But I'm rather glad I don't have to be this around y'all anymore, and that I found a family, even if mine is out there still waiting for me.
We were your family?
She's touched.
And I'll drop the Disguise Self, and then I'll go into... and that's why it's a little hard with the departure here, because it's not... All of y'all are Scalefound's family, and really tonight is the last night of Scalefound.
I've been meaning to ask if you'd rather me call you by your name. We've
You
gotten
know
used
me
to saying
as...
Scalefound, so I wasn't sure if you wanted us to call you Eugen.
Ugin, but
Eugen.
it's fine. No, I like Scalefound for y'all. I like that y'all know me as this. Y'all were there for me in my very lost days. Scalefound the Lost. And y'all
And then
saw...
found.
And yeah, y'all saw him through until I became Ugin the Found. And now I know where I go. Which is why I want to offer you something, Rose, that I don't really feel that I can offer the others.
My dick.
Jesus Christ. Why are you ruining this moment? I like pre-planned this and everything.
I can't contain myself. Sorry. Zipped.
Dick.
Ruining the moment. God damn it. Anyway, that's why I want to offer you something, Rose.
Oh, I mean,
Because you're...
I don't have anything to offer you. I mean, I could give you maybe like one of my weapons.
She's like nervously prattling
No,
about that you're
hold on.
used to.
It's okay. I like that nervousness. It's cute.
Then she like stops.
Watch this, yeah.
Rosalie.exe is broken. It stopped working.
Tonight is the night that Scalefound dies. Effectively. I'm not actually dying, but I'm just saying metaphorically.
Right.
Because everyone, when I get back, will call me Hugin. So I want to offer you this. Since Scalefound will die, I want you to offer you Scalefound's first and last kiss.
Rosalie is red as a tomato, off to the side, like,
What?
Silence. She's red.
I want to kiss you, Rose, before I leave.
Rose is silent, clearly calculating through her mind, like, what do I do here? She looks up to the sky, looks down to herself, and just goes, like, looks off, doesn't look at you in the face, does not look at Scalefan in the face, and just whispers,
Sure. Technically, you would have my first two.
but not last. Okay, I don't want to die yet.
That's fair. I mean,
He
you can
slits your
change your
throat,
name.
leaves.
What?
Wait, what?
I take Rose by the hands. I'm assuming she is shaking out of her mind.
Yes, she is.
And go in for the kiss. Yay.
And they kiss.
Yay!
Selena and Baron be staring out the window because I knew it was going to happen.
You didn't know what was going to happen. You were told to distract Baron. And he's very distracted dealing with crying Ina, apparently.
So Scalebound will just be in the moment with Rose until like she's comfortable and it's like good to like when she starts initiating her goodbyes.
God, I didn't write goodbyes. I'm sorry.
It's all good.
She, I guess once this stops, she is like, she doesn't know how to react. This has never happened to her before. This is her first.
Thank you, I guess. Is that what am I supposed to say? I don't know.
It's fine. I don't remember my first kiss, so I guess technically you're my first kiss then. Now.
Yeah.
Did you enjoy it, I suppose? Wow, you're gonna roll. Yeah. You should have rolled that in secret. Like, come on. Oh my god, that hurts my feelings.
There's a lot of tongue.
Oh god, no, that's horrible. No.
Think about it. It's a dragon mouth.
Oh my god. I don't think they were making out. Like, it was just like
it was just
a passion. Well, not a peck, it was a
That's fine.
prolonged one.
So,
Alright.
You weren't a fan of it.
Rosaline's not gonna be me. Well, this is Rosaline's opinion. I don't know what his opinion is. But Rosaline doesn't say anything for a second as she clearly is thinking. She looks up, eyes looking to the right, and then she says,
Yeah, it was nice and cool. Very cool. Yeah.
She's lying, but can you tell?
Roll a deception check. Roll a deception check.
Oh, actually, she's decent at those.
Yeah, you're pretty good at
beating
this.
my insight.
Yeah, no. Yeah,
I rolled an 18 on
she's
insight.
lying.
I'm lying.
She's not looking at you. She's looking down and away. There's some sweat, starting to form on her forehead.
Yeah.
Rose.
Yeah?
You're a terrible liar.
No, I'm not. Yes, I am.
Fine. You were too nervous. It's all good.
I don't know how to say goodbye. Honestly, I keep just putting this day away and just thinking it would happen eventually. But the fact that it's happening now is kind of a lot.
Fair. Sorry to spring this on you.
It's okay. You have your people and I have mine. I have to protect mine as just as much as you need to go help yours. It only makes sense.
I'm keeping the stone, by the way, so I will be a little send away.
Okay. If you ever want to talk to me again, you can whenever, and I'll answer to the best of my ability.
Noted. I'll try and stop by. Visit. Who knows? I
There
might
will
need to call for
always
your aid.
be a room for you in the house.
I appreciate that.
I truthfully was looking for gifts to give you. I don't really have much.
I thought you were going to give me the red scale, actually.
I was thinking about giving you the red scale. I really was, but like, what does that like? That's a scale that when I took it, it pissed you off. So I don't know if that's something she should give you.
I have its dragon thing.
True. She also
And in a way,
has.
it could be like the apology of like, sorry for our big fight. This is me not wanting this trophy anymore.
True.
I can work it. I
True.
can mental gymnastic however you want for good terms.
She gives you the red scale. There you go.
I know it's kind of a sore subject, but I don't have much else.
It's the trophy of your kill that you took to spite me, so the fact that you're giving it away means you don't want the trophy for that anymore. Thank you.
Yeah. You're welcome, I guess.
I'll stand up and like offer my hand to pick her up if she wants to stand. Give a hug in the twilight. Whisper, do you want one more go at that kiss? I know that wasn't that great.
Okay, last time I had to roll for this. I have to roll again.
Roll.
I will make it hidden. How do I make it hidden?
I have no
You can
idea.
roll on your own thing, I guess. Go through. You can
Yeah.
just Google die roller.
Can you whisper rolls?
I don't know.
I don't think so.
Let me go to fork. Dash
She
whisper.
nods her head.
Hey,
Go.
an even longer passionate kiss then.
Roll a straight charisma check there, Scalefound, or
Oh.
Ugin. Ugin?
You got, oh my god. Oh, almost as good as it could be. A 19 plus 5, so 24.
This one's
Good
a...
roll.
Banger of a kiss.
I don't know what you would roll.
Yeah, I don't know what you would roll for this either.
Charisma.
Charisma 2, I guess.
If it goes further, it would be other skill checks, but
Yeah, just do another charisma. Why not?
Right.
no, we're adding to it to see how. Okay, my kissing is
His
Go
great. How good
performance.
is-
Yeah, his side is very good. She's a little lackluster.
I don't know what I'm doing.
She doesn't know
And
what she's
also,
doing. But
she
Rose,
never-
this one's much better on his end. It's not as I don't even know how to describe it. But it's definitely not nearly as bad as the last kid.
So
Okay.
Rose likes it, but I don't. That's fine. I want to leave a good impression.
Rose is just like, I have no clue what the fuck I'm doing. I've never like, you know, they talk about kissing human mouths, but dragon mouths is not in the books.
Y'all have that whispered there better.
She doesn't respond, but she's red as a tomato.
Good. Goodbye, Rose. Until next time.
Goodbye.
I will simply walk off into the dusk, swing by her house, grab the pooch, and head out to the mountains.
All right. Ina, you watch as now in Baron's room facing the back of the house, you actually see Scalefound and I can't, for whatever reason, can never remember the dog's name.
Wait,
You
Jayu.
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 Making their,
Yugen and Ugin.
making their way away from the city off in the distance as you hear footsteps coming up the stairs of Rose.
She
Eugen,
just knocks on your door.
I'm in
Not-
with Baron.
yeah,
Well, she goes wherever the crying is.
Yeah.
it's in Baron's room. Oh, Rose, can
You almost said, thank God. I love
Do I
it.
see that Rose is still red?
Rose is, yeah, she's still pretty flushed there.
I'll go.
Baron's like, as that situation plays out,
Can I spend time with you for a bit? It's kinda
Please.
yes, please.
lonely, and she
Fuck
starts
you,
to tear a
Baron.
little bit. She says
Let's
lonely, and she tears a little bit.
hug. Everyone do
Sure.
hug Baron down here.
Well, for me, I just have to like crouch down and hug both of y'all.
Yeah, Baron's
so-
Yeah.
Baron's not much taller than you, but Ina.
I
But-
will say Rosaline cries. I did roll for how she would feel for Scale Found. She's sad.
She never told me that role either.
I did it. I let it. He told me this several weeks ago, and I was like, okay, I'm gonna roll how she's gonna react to all of this.
Ew.
She did let me know that the first kiss would go at least. I didn't know how else anything would play out.
No, I didn't.
But-
I didn't even say yes that to
You didn't?
either.
Oh, I thought you.
No.
Oh, you were sneaky with it. Then. You made me think that would have been horrible if that blundered.
I would have laughed if she's like, actually, no, I don't want to kiss you.
I need to save that for my husband.
Again, as you make your way up the mountain, you easily find the trail. She was mocking you, but it's a fairly easy trail to follow up the mountain. A well-traveled one. You eventually see a signal of hers that you're used to from camping and traveling with her before that jogs your memory in those moments. You follow and find a small campsite with 2 tents set up. You see Ileana is kind of curled up on one of the hillsides nearby, resting. Ileana sitting by the fire, and a different figure that you have not met yet standing beside her. Both of them watching some food cooking as the figure looks over his shoulder, kneels down, and you can hear some murmuring. You don't make out the words. As Drithla stands up and brushes herself off. Time to go.
To go, I suppose.
As you step forward out of the shadows, Ileana wakes up, stretches its neck, and kind of crawls down next to you guys. And as the other figure turns and looks at you, this jogs your memory again as another person or that you used to work with, older than you, much older than you, as you know. This is Darian, which is spelled D-A-R-Y-O-N. Darian. Well, there's no need to wait. We can leave if you'd like. And he shifts and transforms, and you watch as this human figure in front of you transforms into a monstrous green dragon. Snakes its head down and looks at you. Up on. We have distance to cover.
This is fair enough. I'm sorry, Darian, but I don't remember you greatly from what I have, but sure. Hop on.
Drithla's explained. We'll talk more on the way.
I'll tightly hold jaw you to my chest.
Okay. Oi, this is gonna be a rough one, ain't it?
Yes.
Oh, poor puppy.
Well, from what I've heard you say, we're going to cold, so I'm okay with it. You guys hop on. You watch as the dragon lifts its head, and from nose to tail, everything, the dragon, Drithla, you go invisible. As the dragon casts a invisibility spell on you guys. Ileana is not, but is going to fly along as a scouting party, and then with a monstrous, the campsite is blown away into pieces. The tents are just strewn about. The campfire is gone. Everything there is turned into resembling a destroyed campsite by some sort of ravager or something like that, as this great green dragon takes flight, flying towards your new home. And that's where we'll pick up next time.
Yay!
Scale Found is gone for the time being.
You know what I just realized?
Huh.
Scalefound took the Constitution necklace.
No,
No, he
he
gave it
he
back.
gave that back. 'Cause
He did?
when he learned about
He said,
curses,
I
he
don't
was
want
like,
it to
"Oh,
be
fucking want
cursed on
this."
me. Yeah.
Oh.
I
Okay.
made sure of that. I'm like, I'm not keeping this. I
Yeah.
have to give it back
Okay.
somehow.
Okay.
Oh.
Dang! You're riding a dragon!
Yeah.
Wait, isn't there only like 3 alive?
You have
From
you
this
only
continent.
Yeah, that
Yes.
people know about.
say you
that
only
there's
know of
about 3.
3 roughly, but yeah.
Dang!
Well, the world's also a lot bigger now.
That's true.
Yeah.
From what we knew those 3
Yeah,
were.
your cursed swords.
This whole time, it was Derek.
Damn it!
How could I not see? How could I be so blind?
I'm gonna give myself props for that romantic ass moment.
Hell yeah, dude.
Ugh.
Yeah, very
Ugh.
lovely.
Oh, roleplay heavy one tonight, but
Extremely.
I will let all of you know what's going on with Lapras, if he's going to be joining or not, or if we're going to wait for Panties to be back or what have
if you
but
need Space Killer until like we introduce my new character, we could always just like, what's Scalefound up to over here? I
Yeah.
suppose.
True. But yeah.
Send some letters so you can give us information about where you're at.
Mhm.
But anyway, that was fun.
Yay! That was fun.
Emotionally fulfilling, I think is what we would call that episode.
Yeah.
Saved a bunch of
My
people.
backup character is alive.
They are.
Did I get any tears for my scene? Did anyone cry? Get a little teary eyed with what I did? I wanted to get that emotion coming out. I don't know if I did that.
I got really sad when I was like, oh, this is real. You're really leaving. I wasn't expecting it to happen today.
Yeah,
Well,
I wasn't either.
he gave me the 2-day window. We used a whole day of trekking, so it's
Yeah.
like
Goofid was
the
like,
last day.
says that was great fun. Rose kissed a dragon.
Yeah.
Hey, she's into it for some reason.
Scales and
Some
tails
Scales.
excitement. Scales and tails
feathers.
excitement.
And
Yeah.
feathers.
True. Yes.
Good time. Well,
Yeah.
you'll have
Well, yeah.
another Lapras character to meet before too long. So,
Okay.
all right. Well, thanks for
Yep.
playing, guys.
Yes, thanks for the story.
Yeah, of course. I
I'm
enjoy
excited
it
for
a
next
lot.
time.
Oh, it was really funny. I went to that wedding yesterday, and I was talking with some friends there, and they're like, "Oh yeah, we play D&D." I was like, "You play D&D?" And I was talking to them about how I because I never knew that they played D&D, and so we were talking about all of our stuff, and I was like, "My favorite thing is that one of my players has a cursed weapon, and she has no idea."
I know now, you son
So
of a
then
bitch.
you brought it out, and it was a lot more difficult to to take away a magic ability without you noticing, because most of your magic items now affect your like physical abilities. So yeah.
Yeah, I don't know how many magic weapons I have that are no longer working. But Fork knows. He's gonna be like testing every single one.
But yes, it was fun. We'll see you guys next week, barring any extraneous circumstances. So enjoy.
Yes.
Maybe I'll be alive this coming weekend. Who knows? But
Sounds good.
but yeah,
Yeah.
have a good night, guys, and I'll see you around ye olden internet.
Yes. Bye, guys.
No, you
Bye,
don't say
Goofin.
Twitch anymore. Sad.
Bye, guys.
But
Have
we
a
got
good
you
night.
on YouTube.
Hey.
Bye, guys.
Later.
Bye.
It was a fun session, wasn't it, Goofin? It was very very roleplay heavy, but you know, sometimes you need that. Sometimes you just need a little reset-aroni and cheese, macaroni and cheese reset, you know. So it was fun. Scalefound is gone for the time being. We'll have a new Lapras character soon. I don't know when yet. I gotta look at that, but we'll be back next week, and I'll probably be on at some point this week streaming. I don't know for sure. This weekend I had a wedding to go to. That's why I wasn't on Friday or Saturday, and why I'm fairly tired today. But until then, have a good night, Goofin, and yeah, I'll see you next time. Love you. I love you, and I love you. Night.